Gilbert Fredette from Norway House Cree Nation. And then we're going to move into Indigenous knowledge, the Great Binding Law. Our Elders Council is going to come up here and present that to you. And then we have a guest speaker, Chief Alan Adams. Is he here? No? Who's making presentation on tar sands impact area? I have no notes on that today. Staff? Okay. Marcel and Jeanette, if you could confirm with me regarding that matter, please, I'd appreciate it. And then we'll have a lunch break. And then this afternoon, the province of Manitoba is going to be here. Are they still confirmed? I need Jeanette to confirm that with me. Their position and view on climate change and the environment to be presented by Minister Kathy Cox, Minister of Sustainable Development. And then we have Jesse Cardinal, Keepers of the Water, Tar Sands Impact Area. I realize that there are a lot of people that were to be present to make presentation, haven't been able to make it because of the weather and the road conditions. I watched weather reporting last night, contacted my family because there was a weather warning out for Westman and into eastern Saskatchewan with a no travel advisory. So I realize that people who had planned on being here aren't able to be here. I am also aware that a couple of our relative nations are in mourning and are today having funerals. Aware of that also. Our hearts and our prayers are with them. We offered up prayer last week for our communities who were experiencing grief. And then I know Elder Francois Paulette is here. I saw him yesterday, and he's going to speak on downstream impacts on water from the tar sands, and he's from Smith's Landing in Northwest Territories. We also have Chief Wally Burns from James Smith Cree Nation. I need somebody to confirm with me that our guest speakers have arrived. And then we will have an open discussion on goals and objectives on climate change and the environment following by an adjournment for the day. That is our agenda for today. I am encouraging Vice Chief Gilbert Fredette and our Elders Council to take the time they need this morning. Yes, sir. First thing? Okay. You know, I had like 4 pens up here yesterday, and they were used for the signing, and they're all gone. I'm going to hold Grand Chief accountable for those pens. I'll check. South Beach pen. You know you signed the agreement with a South Beach pen yesterday. Good morning, Dr. Suzuki. Good morning, Councillor Richard. Good morning, Elder Kelly. Chief Bushy told me this morning he made sure he was here early because he said he was taught by somebody about being on time. Correct, Chief Bushy? He didn't want to be called out. So I'd like to invite, I'm inviting Grand Chief Derek Nepanak up here. He's going to make opening comments to start the day, and then we'll get right into the agenda, followed by Vice Chief Gilbert Fredette's presentation.
Miigwech. I wanted to start the day in a good way by providing a little bit of, I guess, retrospect on what's happened in the last couple of days. You know, leading up to this assembly, it's always been a contentious matter. You know, the fact that we have drawn together a connection between the future of the fossil fuel economy and its impact on climate change. Make no mistake that this is a contentious matter. It's a contentious matter nationally. And it's something that you saw yesterday reflected in the Prime Minister's comments when he said that we can have, you know, tar sands expansion, pipeline expansion, a healthy Canadian economy, and still be climate change leaders around the world. That's the narrative. And what I mean by narrative is I'm talking about a national storyline. And time again over the years that I've been in politics, I've seen storylines develop. And I call them narratives. Narratives are used to challenge what you believe or to shape what you believe. And it's up to each and every one of us to make our own determination whether or not Canada can proceed with fossil fuel expansion, but at the same time hold true to commitments that it's making as a nation to everyone that lives here, to be climate change leaders, and to put a cap on these greenhouse gas emissions, and to ensure that there's a future for everybody. You saw the Prime Minister come out yesterday and he approved 2 pipelines, one being the Kinder Morgan expansion. You saw some of our friends from the Coast Salish communities here yesterday speaking to that specific matter. They spoke in anticipation that this approval was coming through because they knew that a lot of these processes that we've been involved in as original people, as original nations of people, have been designed to manufacture and to purchase consent. It's not a legitimate process on a nation-to-nation platform. It's a process designed to purchase the consent of Indigenous people. And I think it's terrible. It's a tragedy that we have to listen to a Prime Minister who makes commitments about the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, which speaks to free, prior, and informed consent. A Prime Minister that talks about commitments to enter into nation-to-nation processes, and we see what happens yesterday afternoon. The fact that we have to be pushed into regulatory hearings to find a voice or to voice our opposition to some of these processes is a clear indication that nation-to-nation platforms for discussion do not exist for Indigenous people. I had spent a lot of time over the last number of years speaking about our need to look at a government beyond Stephen Harper's government of the day. And I made a lot of effort to try and encourage people to go out and not vote based on party lines or based on, party platforms, but to vote to remove that former Prime Minister. That's what I asked everybody to do. And that's what I did. I voted for the candidate that was most likely to take out the Conservative in my riding. So that's what I did. Have I compromised my sovereignty? I don't think so. Have I compromised anything that I hold most dear in terms of my fundamentals and what I believe who I am as an Anishinaabe? I don't think so. I think that we have to work with the available mechanisms that we have before us today. And we have done the very best we can time and time again as the original people to do that because we are survivors. So we voted in a Liberal government that made promises. And yesterday, they threw all of that out the window. Thousands of people marched on the streets in Vancouver last night saying that how can you proceed with a pipeline expansion that we know is going to create havoc and bring calamity to the West Coast. I understand there was an event organized here in Winnipeg as well that was brought together very quickly to protest the Line 3 expansion. I'm not sure the numbers of people that went out here in Winnipeg last night because it is a political issue. Because you are going to find leaders in our communities who are going to make deals with the energy company for short-term contracts. You're going to find leaders who are going to stand up here and talk strong words about resisting pipelines until there's a better deal. But I'm going to assure you right now that that's not what I'm here for. I'm not here to stand in opposition until there's a better deal from the pipeline company. That's not my job. That's not my role. That's not what I stand for. I believe the people that are standing at the front lines at Standing Rock are not standing there waiting for a better deal. I don't think people would put their lives on the line waiting for a better deal I don't think that's what it's about. It's about something much more fundamental. And I think we need to continue to raise that discussion and to separate ourselves from those people who are just up here to talk about waiting for a better deal, because that's out there. And you have to put your best ear forward to see who's standing for and waiting for a better deal versus those who are standing here saying there's no amount of money that you can offer me to compromise the future of our generations ahead. Because there is a difference. It's a very slight difference, but you can hear it. The Assembly of First Nations next week is going to be going before the Prime Minister and the provincial premiers in what's called a First Ministers meeting. The First Ministers meetings are a public display about the power of the federalist system that we operate within and that we're subjugated within as Indigenous people. The AFN Committee on Climate Change has kept me in the loop in terms of what they're doing and what they're preparing to do by way of resolution for the Chiefs in Assembly at their winter festival and gala dinner event in Gatineau, Quebec at the casino. They are going to be bringing forward a resolution that speaks to being involved in the Pan-Canadian Climate Action Framework, begging for involvement. That's what the AFN resolution speaks to. It doesn't speak to the impacts of future fossil fuel expansion projects and climate change. It doesn't get into that discussion like we've tried to encourage that discussion here, because it's playing into the narrative that the federal government is pushing, that you can build these economies but you can still have a clean environment. And I don't believe that science. Whatever science the Prime Minister is listening to, if he's listening to it, I don't believe it. I don't believe all of Western science. I believe some of it, but not all of it. And I believe that there has been a merger between Western science and the science of our experts. And some of our experts are sitting right here in the front row today. Indigenous knowledge keepers have been talking about this time for generations already. And finally, Western science is starting to clue in. It's finally starting to come together and understand what we've known all along. And that's part of the reason why I was honored to have Dr. Suzuki here to speak to us yesterday, so that you could see that Western science is finally starting to catch up and understand a little bit about what's happening here in our homelands, something that we have always known. Now, you're always going to see conflict between ideas about where humanity starts. You know, there was a little bit of criticism yesterday when Dr. Suzuki said that we all came out of the plains of Africa. There was a lively social media debate out there. Grand Chief Nelson spoke and said that we come from the stars. Many people have different narratives, different histories, different truths about where we come from. And you know what? That has to be okay. That has to be okay that we have different understandings about where we come from. We have to be okay with that. We don't have to buy into one storyline or another, but we do have to find a way to move forward together. And I think that's what the value of the contribution was from Dr. Suzuki in recognizing the need for us to bridge sciences. So in some ways, I'm sympathetic. The media asked me yesterday, how do you feel? Grand Chief, how do you feel about these approvals? And I said, I'm disappointed. You know, in one word, they asked me, how do you feel? I said, disappointed, but I'm sad. I'm sad because our Prime Minister is moving forward based on what he believes is good science. I sat in front of the expert panel on environmental assessments about 2 weeks ago. And I said that Western science is only one part of the puzzle here in our homelands. If you make decisions based purely on Western science, it's like trying to tie your shoe with one hand. You have to create an equal playing field for an understanding of who we are and our ways of knowing. Our sciences need to have an equal opportunity to be understood in order for the way forward to be defined. That's what I tried to share with the expert panel. And that's what I had hoped the Prime Minister would understand as well. You know, I went to the First Minister's meeting earlier this year in Vancouver, and I'm always watching what people are doing. I think that's where, if I have a strength, that's where my strength is in observing the actions of people or the inactions of people at key moments. And I know that there was a delegation from the Great Lakes. Some of our grandmothers from the Great Lakes were in Vancouver. And they identified a room, probably about as big as this room, for a ceremony, the pipe and the water ceremony. And it was understood at that time that the Prime Minister was going to be attending that ceremony before the First Minister's meeting. And you know what? I felt good about that, because I thought that if we are going to trust a Prime Minister to make good decisions, he needs to be part of our ceremonies, and he needs to understand our knowledge that comes from those ceremonies. So we sat there and we waited and we waited. And then he didn't show up. Instead, he went directly to the First Minister's meeting and began dictating the terms of climate change policy from the Federalist table of the First Minister's meeting with his premiers. So, yesterday, he said this is a personal issue for him because he's a grandson of BC. And it may be a personal issue for him, but if he's not going to the water ceremonies to learn about the water from our grandmothers, then where is he getting his information from? Where is he getting his information from? If he won't listen to our grandmothers and understand from the ceremony. I'm concerned about where we're headed. I'm concerned that these projects have been approved and that there is now a national discussion trying to separate these projects from climate change and its impacts. I think we have to do our part to make sure that they don't get away with this story that they're trying to sell. I'm going to let the AFN know that I don't agree with their approach to dealing with this climate change discussion that's going to happen at the First Minister's next week. I'm going to do my best to make sure that the voices that know are heard. And some of those voices you've already heard here yesterday. That's the task that we have within these political structures that we're operating from. And I'm sorry if anything I've said is offensive, but I have to speak from what I understand to be the truth. Got no other way to do it. I'm not trying to politicize the issue. I'm not trying to run for any titles or anybody's job or anything like that. I'm just trying to speak from the truth of what I understand. And I believe that my perspective has been informed by the great guidance and the leadership, not only from the chiefs who I've worked with for a number of years, but more recently and most importantly from the ceremonies I've participated in and from the elders who are sitting with us here today. That's where we have to get our guidance from going forward. That's where our strength is going to come from. So I apologize if I've been a little bit long-winded up here this morning, and I apologize for maybe impacting the energy of the room, but we must be vigorous. We're not here for ourselves, we're here for our children and our grandchildren, and that's where we have to base our decisions from that perspective. So I ask you to be actively engaged today. We're not here in great numbers, but great numbers don't matter when the hearts and the passions of our people come forward. Miigwech.
Thank you very much, Grand Chief. And with regard to that matter that he spoke about our children and our youth, I'd like to draw your attention to something that I brought forward to the chiefs last week too. Go to ourchildrenstrust.org and read up on the landmark U.S. federal climate lawsuit that was brought by 21 youth in the United States. On November 10th, 2016, Judge Ann Aiken issued an opinion and order denying the U.S. government fossil fuel industry's motions to dismiss a constitutional climate change lawsuit filed by 21 youth. The decision means that the youth aged 9 to 20 from all over the U.S. now have standing because their rights are at stake and now their case is headed to trial. The youth had filed their constitutional climate lawsuit against the federal government in the U.S. District Court for the District of Oregon in 2015. Also acting as a plaintiff is world-renowned climate scientist Dr. James E. Hansen, serving as guardian for future generations and his granddaughter. Their complaint asserts that through the government's affirmative actions in causing climate change, it has violated the youngest generation's constitutional rights to life, liberty, property, as well as failed to protect essential public trust resources. So the youth have taken matters into their own hands stateside and have filed a lawsuit against the United States that will be moving forward. I'd like at this point to call upon Vice Chief and Councillor Gilbert Fredette from Norway House Cree Nation, who's going to speak as soon as I fix this. Speak on the topic of impact on treaties, duty to consult, and free, prior, and informed consent.
Tanse, Gilbert Fredette Nina, Kineseo CP Nina Asche. I have 2 parts to a presentation. I am honored to be here today to have this opportunity to speak to you at this forum. First of all, I'd like to thank our elders, our guest, our Grand Chief, and our chiefs, and our special guest, Dr. David Suzuki. I am a councillor and Vice Chief of the Norway House Cree Nation. I sit on the Assembly of Manitoba Chiefs as a member of the Committee on Treaty and Self-Determination, and I'm proud to do so. I have been asked to make a presentation on the requirements with respect to the recent doctrine on the consultation and accommodation, a duty that's triggered. Whenever there is a potential adverse impacts on Aboriginal and treaty rights because of government action or decision, supposedly, it is also in keeping with the honor of the Crown as it relates to our treaties. This legal obligation rests with both the federal and provincial governments. Before governments can give approval on a work permit application, for instance, to a mineral extraction company, the government must first engage in a meaningful and adequate consultation process with the First Nation to determine the adverse impacts on the exercise of the Aboriginal and treaty right, and to accommodate on those adverse impacts, but also to determine impacts to the environment as it relates to the exercise of rights. In the case of mineral extraction applications, the approval are usually in a form of permits, leases, or any land dispositions as stipulated under the Manitoba Mines and Mineral Act. In another instance, whenever there is a new legislation or policies that may potentially affect First Nations rights, governments are required to consult with us. And I do not believe that's happening at all in many cases. An example of this is the current amendment to the Indian Act under Section 6.1 and 6.2 relating to the Chenot case in the provincial level is a pending policy change on the Aboriginal right to spotlight during hunting. At the outset, I'd like to say I do not have faith on a duty to consult and accommodate when it comes to our provincial and federal partners. I think it's a facade, a gimmick. That special consideration is being made with respect to Aboriginal and treaty rights and with respect to our environment. Does it really protect our rights? Does it offer substantial accommodation measures to First Nations on the infringement of Aboriginal and treaty rights? What about the cumulative efforts, the effects governments will consult permit by permit we don't realize the cumulative effects at first, but we eventually see the footprint on our lands, mind you, to the damage of the environment, and with accommodation for the loss of traditional foods and income to our people. This is being overlooked time and time again. This is the synopsis on the duty to consult process in Manitoba. As soon as we receive notice on a work permit application, as soon as we don't respond to the notice, as soon as we answer the phone and inquire about the proposed activity, it's as good as saying yes in the eyes of the province and the federal government. That is, we have been consulted. The interactions between the government and the companies and the First Nations are also recorded for court purposes to demonstrate efforts made to consult with First Nations. When we do engage in Section 35, consultation with the government of Manitoba, we find that the consultation process is not meaningful in that our concerns are ignored and not addressed. It is inadequate in that it lacks funding. Also, we do not give any credence to the purported care to the environment during this project activity. Lastly, but not least, the government also applies bare minimum standards on a duty to consult, or what they can get away with. With regard to the federal government, Environment Canada has agreement with Manitoba where the federal government uses the information from the Clean Environment Commission hearings to address and review an application that falls under federal jurisdiction, such as fisheries and navigable waters. This I see arbitrating from their lawful duty. With regard to the pipeline issue, Canada uses the National Energy Board to always dictate what's best for Canada, not for First Nations people, to gather information for Canada's fulfillment on a duty to consult. The National Energy Board conducts public hearing involving First Nations that, in my view, should be a separate and distinct consultation process. Concurrently, the National Energy Board relies on the proponent company to provide third-hand information on the extent of the engagement with First Nations, to be used as part of the federal government's consultation report. Although Canada has a duty to consult, they have failed to engage with First Nations directly in a meaningful and a distinct consultation process. And I'm pretty sure every province and territory in this country can identify with that. I think that we, first and foremost in our minds, is the protection of Mother Earth. I concern myself that we can no longer safely drink our natural waters. I attribute this to commercial activities such as industry, infrastructure projects, mineral exploration, and the use of chemical fertilizers. First Nations also have a duty to care for the environment. In doing so, we have to advocate to sustain the biosphere, the environment. I truly believe the way to achieve this is to evaluate every single proposed commercial development and apply our free, prior, and informed consent. Sometimes to say no for the betterment of the environment and future generations. That's our investment that we as First Nations have to make. The duty to consult and accommodate, a duty of the government to negotiate accommodations and to obtain our free, prior, and informed consent from First Nations is established law, which continues to be violated. However, Manitoba's delegation to discharge its duty to consult through the Manitoba Clean Environment Commission is not right. Manitoba cannot delegate its duty to an independent body and claim it's fulfilled its obligation. Similarly, Canada cannot delegate the National Energy Board to conduct its consultation obligations unless clearly expressed through statute. Sometimes the duty to consult is totally circumvented. especially when the proponent company proposing to do a project undertakes an environment impact statement, and in turn, merely interviews a few impacted First Nation citizens, submits the report to the minister responsible who grants the work, permit, or license. That has happened in our community of Norway House, and it continues to happen in a lot of our communities. The duty to consult in this case is unlawful and needs addressing. We have to stand up for our rights in every community, in every province, in every territory to make sure that we are consulted in a proper way. I don't think I need to repeat where the legal duty stems from. Everyone is quite aware of this case. However, with respect to consent, I believe its new established law, or at least the legal principles, can be applied across this country. Two cases originating from British Columbia relates to consent. The Deglamock versus British Columbia, 1977. It states in most cases it will be significantly deeper than mere consultation. Some cases may even require the full consent of the Aboriginal nation, paragraph 168. The Chilgotin Nation versus British Columbia, 2014. This basically states that the government must first seek consent of the people before interfering with the Chilgotin Aboriginal title, unless if a government can justify the infringement. And when it's left up to the provincial and federal governments, they will find a way. They've been doing it to us for 149 years, and they continue to do that to us today. And of course, we have the United Nations Declaration on Rights of Indigenous People, UNDRIP, that states in Article 19, to consult and cooperate in good faith with Indigenous people in order to obtain their free, prior, and informed consent before adapting and implementing measures that may affect them. I ask everybody here, has that happened? Absolutely not. I think there's more projects going on without First Nations proper consultation. Minister Caroline Bennett confirmed on May 10, 2016, Canada is now a full supporter of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People without qualification. As Grand Chief has spoken to, the federal government has promised a lot of things for our people, but I do not believe that they are fulfilling those promises. It's just another government that is continuing to do the same process as the government before, which they believe free and prior consent. It remains to be seen without qualification means. My presentation concludes this way. I believe the collective duty to care for Mother Earth is paramount. We as First Nations have the traditional knowledge passed on generation after generation, which does not profess greed to enrich oneself to the extent of damaging our natural environment. Also, I think we have the means to protect Mother Earth, that is so to assert free, prior, and informed consent, and to issue First Nations workshop orders when there is potential harm to Mother Earth on Turtle Island. This will conclude part one of my presentation. I'm going to jump right into part two. I appreciate everybody for your time and patience. My presentation is about recounting the history of our treaties, recounting the economic oppression of our people by past governments, which I spoke to earlier. It's about benefiting from our own natural resources and presenting options to achieve this goal. My presentation is about putting in place the mechanisms to enrich our communities. It's also about asserting our jurisdiction and limiting multinational corporations and other businesses that continue to trample on our treaties. And it's going back to the spirit of intent of the treaties of sharing the bounty of our territories. Yesterday we heard of the importance of safeguarding our natural environment and our atmosphere, and the need for industry to be good corporate citizens. That still has yet to be seen. By being more diligent in caring for the environment, I think This is a principle we all should strive for and live by. Furthermore, I really believe First Nations should have the official capacity and authority to monitor all commercial activities in their territories, and for the companies and governments to agree. For too long, we have been shut out from our ancestral lands by foreign laws, Canada's laws, regulation and policies that prevent us from assessing our natural resources in what we are controlled and monopolized by their laws. In the spirit of intent of treaties, we should have unfettered, autonomous government and laws. We have agreed to settlement of lands for immigration, not the imposition of the Indian Act and the gradual assimilation policies that we have experienced in the last 149 years here in Canada. Recounting our treaty relationship with the Queen in Canada is not a pleasant one. First Nations, before and after Confederation, have adapted well to foreign economy, and some became successful entrepreneurs in freighting, in fur trade, and in construction. But soon these successes were short-lived, deliberately quashed by law. Today, the laws, regulations, and policies imposed on our independent nation is a form of economic sanction, oppression, or economic apartheid, which are deliberate so they can monopolize and control our resources, which I said before has happened time and time again in every province right across Turtle Island. That's where we have to come together and make sure this comes to an end. The Indian Act, enacted in 1876, was amended in 1881 to prohibit the barter, sale, or trade of agricultural products produced by First Nations communities, except when the permission of the government. This law existed until 2010. Can you believe that? All the way. The continued abrogation of our commercial rights were very evident in 1930 when Canada took away our commercial rights, putting the final nail on the coffin to make sure we don't flourish or make a living off of our land and resources. The Natural Resource Transfer Agreement of 1930 altered and changed our treaties, taking away our commercial rights as promised in our treaties, without a legal basis to do so, and without our free, prior, and informed consent. I think recounting our treaties and knowing exactly what transpired during that time will give us confidence with what our rights are and help us come to a realization that we still own our lands and our natural resources. Our forefathers signed the treaties with a vision and hope that their people would someday prosper from treaties relationship that they fostered. Well, that day is here, and we will prosper. The treaties signed between 1871 and 1921 are called the Treaties 1 to 11. I myself belong to Treaty number 5, signed in Norway House between our forefathers and Queen Victoria in 1875. Treaties 1 to 11. Territory extends from James Bay area, northern Quebec, and Ontario, through Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta, and parts of British Columbia, and to the Arctic Ocean. What is unique about our treaties is its relation to the lands formerly occupied by Hudson's Bay Company, called Rupert's Land, who controlled lands and rivers flowing to the Hudson's Bay for the fur industry. This massive landmass of 8 million square miles sold to the Dominion of Canada in 1870 for the sum of $1.5 million under an official order of the Crown, an imperial order. The conditions under the imperial order was that First Nations were to be compensated for their lands through treaty and to be treated fairly and equitably. We are still waiting for that day. The Rupert's Land and Northwest Territories transaction of 1867 to 1870 set out the terms under which Treaties 1 to 11 would be entered into, so that the Crown could exercise certain aspects of its sovereignty over portions of the territory for purposes of settlement of our lands, which we have consented to sharing. The Rupert's Land transaction was to ensure compensation for our lands and a trust account set up for that purpose. That would be worth in the billions today. And here we are still fighting the government for our basic human rights in most of our First Nation communities. We should also understand that the $5 was only an annuity, a gift, not for the compensation of our lands. The government of Canada has failed us for the last 150 years to fulfill the terms and conditions set out by the Imperial Crown, and basically monies owed to First Nations. This is an outstanding treaty land entitlement, a huge one. You have heard that we've surrendered our lands forever, as documented in the treaties. Well, there is an overwhelming evidence that goes against this notion, this idea. The notion of cede, release, and surrender, written in the text of the treaties, was never discussed during the treaty signing. When Treaty Commissioner Alexander Morris was asked if this matter of surrender was discussed, he replied, and I quote, "If we had, there would have been no treaty." So they lied, they misrepresented what their real intention was when they were talking to our chiefs, when they signed these treaties, and it's still happening today. I have come to the realization that we do not surrender our lands, that we did not surrender our lands, and it's not a subject of treaty negotiations, that the notion of cede, release, and surrender is mere mythology, a lie that continues to be perpetrated to our people and our territories still to this day. I want to sum up my presentation before I get to the other part. The Indian Act deliberately interfered with our traditional economies and our way of life. In 1930, the Natural Resource Transfer Agreement abrogated our rights by accelerating our treaties, preventing us from making a living off of our lands and our resources. That our commercial right to sell, harvest our fish, wild meat, and harvest our timber and minerals became illegal. That left us destitute. I also mentioned that Canada failed to properly compensate for the lands under treaty as per the Rupert's Land and Northwestern Territories transaction. Thus, we are owed compensation, and lastly but not least, that we're never surrendered or ceded our lands during treaty negotiations. Can you go back and think of our forefathers standing there making these treaty negotiations and these people saying, "Oh, we're going to have your land"? I don't think so. It was a lie, and like I said, it still continues today. We have to stand together. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe that we are true owners of our lands and our ancestral lands, and that we have every right to make a living off our natural resources in our territories. We even have strong arguments to take Canada to international court. Ideally, we should be able to start fishing enterprises. We should be able to hire a mineral drilling company to drill on our own traditional lands. We should be able to start owning logging companies, and most importantly, on our own terms. I reiterate and revert back to my earlier comment that the settlers' law, the regulations and policies imposes on our right to commercial activities on our own lands. So how do we achieve real and measurable improvement in the economic conditions for our people? In order to achieve economic independence and to improve our economic conditions, we must first deconstruct colonialism, deconstruct our thinking in that process. Remove all the barriers that prevent economic growth by asserting self-determination on Turtle Island, ownership of our ancestral lands, and believing in our inherent rights. We must engage in a multifaceted process to go concurrently with each objective, that is, reclaiming our ancestral lands and asserting our rights to land and our natural resources, ensuring every First Nation has a land base to which it has ownership and jurisdiction, in addition to their reserve lands. Concurrently, negotiate treaty implementations to achieve self-sufficiency and recognition of the reclamation of our land base based on traditional occupancy. Engage with treaty partners, namely Crown in right of the United Kingdom, Canada, and Manitoba on the duty to negotiate an accommodation with respect to all commercial activities on First Nation lands. And finally, to invoke the principle of free, prior, and informed consent on all major resource projects. I'd like to finish up with this. Unless we take these measured steps, we will not be able to move forward in the spirit of reconciliation. Let's reinstitute our thinking with the original intent and spirit of the treaty so we can move forward as First Nations and prosper and make sure that there is a future for the next generation. We here in Canada have come to a crossroads. As Canada comes to celebrate their 150th birthday next year, it's time for us to make our mark here in Canada and say, enough is enough. We have been pushed down and oppressed for far too long in our country, and I commend Grand Chief Nipanak for saying the truthful words from his heart and not caring about the circumstances, what anybody thinks about that. We have to make sure that these issues are pushed forward and we speak from the heart truthfully. Because when you look at your grandchild, you look at your great-grandchild or your child itself, look in their eyes. And what kind of future will they have if we do not stand together in Turtle Island today? With that, I'd like to thank you for listening to my presentation. We are all fighting the same fight. We have to unite as one to make sure that our tomorrow is better for our next generation. Like I say, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Vice Chief Gilbert Fredette. There will be an opportunity at the end of all of these presentations to bring forward discussion from the floor. This time I'd like to call upon the Elders Council to come on up to the front and to get themselves prepared for their presentation on the Great Binding Law. Although they are somewhat referred to as Elders Council, they are the knowledge keepers, and my Lord is part of it. So you are supposed to be coming up here. Come on, don't be so shy. Two more. And who's going to be? Okay. The elders are our knowledge keepers as they get themselves situated and argue about who's going to talk first. We also have two youth that will be joining our knowledge keepers. Knowledge keepers have developed a statement on the Great Binding Law, but after that, the youth had a gathering at the Turtle Lodge and developed their own statement with regards to environment and climate change. And given that our focus here is about protecting the future for our children and for the generations to come, the Knowledge Keepers and our Elders Council have requested that the youth deliver their statement first. Then it will be followed by presentations from each member of the council who will be reading portions of the Great Binding Law, which is in your packages. The Great Binding Law is in your packages, and this morning the youth statement was passed out to whoever was here at 9 o'clock, and I'm sure there are copies available at the registration desk if you don't have one. So we have up here joining at the front knowledge keepers, elders, councils, Elder Harry Bone, Elder Florence Painter, Mary Miquiashing Elder, Elder Darcy Linkletter, Elder Fred Kelly, and Elder Dave Kershane. And we have two youth who have joined us who will be delivering the statement on behalf of the youth. The statement was also developed in ceremony and through ceremony at the Turtle Lodge, and Zara Conton will be reading the statement. So please welcome Zara.
Good morning. I'm here on behalf of the youth to read over the Onjasei Youth Statement that was originally written by Onjasei Youth at the Climate Summit in September 16th to the 19th in Saugeen First Nation. This summit was held September 16th to the 19th, and the statement was written on behalf of co-chair Sadie Phoenix Lavoie and summit co-coordinator Janelle Jackson. This was done around a sacred fire when learning from the ceremonies, the teachings, and guidance from the knowledge keepers at Turtle Lodge. The Onjasei Youth Statement. We are grateful to be on the land today. We are very grateful to the Turtle Lodge and the knowledge keepers for gifting us with the teachings and space to receive knowledge in a safe and loving way. We acknowledge we must always begin with the Spirit. We reach out to the highest source of power and influence found in the Spirit and the land. We strive to make an alliance with Medea Ki, the kind-hearted Mother Earth, an alliance that begins with our elders and knowledge keepers. This alliance will ensure the survival of all of our children. We identify ourselves and our brothers and sisters as resilient and adapting spirits to all facets of life. We know the answers are to be found within our own people when we are nurtured and grounded in our own identity, language, ceremonies, traditions, and teachings. We are committed to grounding ourselves in the respectful relationship between Medea Ki, knowledge keepers, youth, and the teachings that are being passed down. We have heard our elders speak, and we have received our direction and inherent responsibility to live Minoba Madzawin, which means to live the good life. We recognize ourselves as messengers of the knowledge to inspire other youth to do ceremony and join us in honoring, recognizing, and celebrating the ones who have passed, the ones that are here, and the ones yet to come. We commit ourselves to reaching out to youth from our home communities to join us. Water is life, the blood of our beautiful Medea Ki. This water, this blood of the earth, will unite us as her children, as we, the indigenous people, speak with the voice of the land herself. The water will carry our message. Once the offerings are made, the water will carry our love to all waters of the earth. As we drink the water, we can be healed with Medea Ki. We are walking in the footsteps of our ancestors as loving and kind spirit warriors, vision walkers, acknowledging the Spirit. We honor the knowledge and accept the privilege and gift of sharing this beauty for the betterment of our people, our Creator, and most importantly, Medea Ki, our kind-hearted Mother Earth. Co-chair Sadie Lavoie took this statement into a sharing circle with the youth and knowledge keepers on Sunday, September 18th, for their input and consensus. After the document was finalized it was taken into ceremony with the help of grandmothers Florence Painter and Mary Matewashing and Sherry Copenhague, and was spiritualized through a water ceremony on Lake Winnipeg on September 19th, for its message to be carried by the water and shared worldwide. I'd like to say Chimigwech for listening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sarah. We'll now move into the great binding law to be shared by the elders, our knowledge keepers that are up here at the table with us. First, I'd like to call upon Florence Painter.
Abujo dina maganaduk. Nitam Michimaj Unje Ahana. In the beginning, when time started, a long time ago, Kijemanidu, the Great Spirit, gave us our one universal law. Ogichi Tibakunigain, a law that connects to all. Through this law, we were all given our unique language, songs, ceremonies, way of life, teaching, and stories. We were all given our ways of loving and taking care of Mother Earth. Kijemanidu put spirit in Mother Earth and all of life. We come from the spirit world and flow through the earth. We will all return to the spirit world and to the earth when our journey on earth has been completed. Through Mother Earth, Kijemanidu planted the seeds of life with original instructions on how to be and how to sustain our relationship with Mother Earth. Mother Earth gave birth to the plants of the animals, the birds, and finally to the human being. Kijemanidu gave us medicines for everything that can affect us. Mother Earth is alive, and she is the original mother of life. She has a living spirit, and she is sacred. Mother Earth is so beautiful. She is the most beautiful creation, the most beautiful woman of all. As the mother of life, Mother Earth gives birth and gives us everything we need to live. The food, the water, the medicines, for clothing, the shelter, and most of all, love, kindness, and teachings that a mother gives to a child. Her teachings are reflected in natural laws, the balance of nature in the rising and setting of the sun, the patterns of weather through the winds, the rains and the elements of life, the natural flow of the blood of earth through the rivers and beneath the oil, beneath her, oh my goodness. The cycles of the moon and the breaking of waters when a child comes as woman gives life in the most natural of ways. As long as we are breathing this beautiful air, whether we realize it or not, there is an invisible umbilical cord that always connects us to our original mother, our life source, Mother Earth.
In Nihilo, the word waskausuin means everything around you and describes how we're all connected. In Dakota, mitakwi usawina means all my relations. We're all related. We are related to the stars in the sky, the birds, the fish, the animals, and the plant life. In Anishinaabe, Nigan Sitak acknowledge all my relatives in life. With the exception of the human being, all of the other living beings of creation have continued to follow their original instructions. And we live in balance and harmony with natural laws. It is only the human being that has severed its natural connection to Mother Earth and lost its connection to her natural laws. We cannot continue to disrupt natural laws of life. If even one of us disrespects the great binding law, it affects us all. And it will come back to us. Natural laws are self-enforcing. What we put into our circle always returns to our web of life. Mother Earth will have the final say because she is the mother of all. Nature is always giving us signs to bring us messages. Right now, the human beings are behaving out of balance, and Mother Earth is reflecting that imbalance through climate change. We are the Earth. We are the voice of the Earth. In our original instructions as human beings, Manitoba gave us the responsibility to respect, to take care, and most importantly, to make a journey to Mother Earth, to connect to the land, and to learn how to live. We are the free and independent original people of this land. As the roots of this land, we are the true leaders of our ancestral lands. Manitoba Pette, where Manitoba, the Great Spirit, sits. We come from the Dakota, Nehido, and Anishinaabe nations, and who have lived here on our ancestral lands since Manitoba placed us here with our languages, with our songs, ceremonies, teachings, and ways of life. We have always been here.
As unique Dakota, Nahito, and Anishinaabe peoples, we speak with one voice. We have respect for each other. As the original people, we welcome you. We come forward to share with you. We come to share that love with you. We bring our shared understanding, and that is this. We are all brothers and sisters, and we all have a sacred responsibility to take care of and make an alliance with Mother Earth. We are a peaceful people. We are not asking for anything for ourselves. The human being was the last part of creation to be created. It is our spiritual responsibility to take care of that life. Manitoba had a vision of a world filled with peace and love. It is through the land that we can find that peace and love. All of humanity needs to make a journey to the land, to the sacred site, places of healing, teaching, and connection to find peace. We make an invitation to the whole human family and all the children to come to our lodges so we can teach them to love the land, connect to the land, and take care of the land. Our journey begins with gratitude to the earth and to the spirit. Manitoba gave all of us gifts to share with each other, to take care of the earth and all life. In our lodges, the children will hear the teachings, feel the ceremonies, and feel the love for Mother Earth. Our ancestors prophesied of this time, a time of climate change, a time of crossroads, a time of self-examination, and a time of choice. Our choice is not a choice of words. It is a choice of action. We need to stand strong now in alliance with Mother Earth. We are all in this together. Today, we call on all nations of the world to join us in the spirit of our original instructions, to care for Mother Earth together and find true peace. It will require a peaceful journey back to the earth to find our direction for our survival. Very much.
Ujo, Anin, Dinemaganituk. I want to begin here by reading the final part of the document. And it says, upon suffering, beyond suffering, the Red Nation shall rise again. It will be a blessing for a sick world, a world filled with broken promises, selfishness and separations, a world longing for light again. I see a time long after the skies have grown dark and dirty and the water has become bad smelling. I see a time of 7th generation when all the colors of mankind will gather under the sacred tree of life and one whole earth will become one circle again. This was a prophecy of one of our past leaders, Crazy Horse. I want to thank all the elders that have committed their time and put their efforts into trying to translate, the words that come from the hearts of our people. And certainly the knowledge keepers and the elders of our people, that we recognize our role and responsibility is to be the peacemakers of our homeland. And we have a duty and responsibility to be peacemakers, not only for our nations, but for everyone who has arrived on our homeland. Our role is to encourage that we find a peaceful way through any situation or challenge that we may face. And we are ready to be engaged as active participants in discussions that deal with the issues, including the issue of climate change. As knowledge holders, we are positioned as a nonpartisan voice. Peace is our paramount concern for all of us, for the child, for the family, our harmonious relationship with the land. Peace will be the only way we will survive as humanity. And in order to reach peace, we must not overstep the spiritual and natural laws, which should act as the foundation to any initiative or action that we take. Our participation as elders is defined by the great binding law, a law that is inclusive for us all. We believe our indigenous knowledge can help us collectively design, implement, and change the narrative to establish a real national identity inclusive to the contribution of the gifts of our people and all people, and of course, the knowledge that is held within the hearts of the knowledge keepers of our nations. Yesterday, of course, we heard the announcement by the government in supporting the pipelines that will travel across our land. And we've been asked many times as the knowledge keepers to take a position in terms of being for or against. And that is not our role, to be involved in this environment of polarization, of being for or against. What we are for is for life. What we are for is to support the natural laws that will ensure our survival as all human beings. It was interesting when I heard our brother David Suzuki, talk about gravity here yesterday. And if I could just explain our understanding gravity from a spiritual understanding that we have. Gravity, of course, pulls us toward the earth. In a spiritual sense, we recognize that gravity is what always ensures us that Mother Earth pulls us always towards her. Why? Because that is where all the teachings are. That is where our original instructions are written within the land itself. When we talk about the great binding law, it is in our understanding that every living thing that was created was given a purpose, as it was explained in the great binding law. The oak tree was given original purpose on how to be an oak tree. The great, beautiful, sacred eagle of our people was given original instructions on how to be an eagle, and how to carry the prayers that were expressed by a people that remained faithful and positioned to a way of life that the great Creator had given the original people of this part of the world. And we have maintained our faith and that position in having that relationship with the sacred eagle that has always followed its original instructions on how to be an eagle. Every living entity was given that original purpose. We, of course, have been given original purpose also on how to be a human being. And we were all given the original instructions to come into this world as human beings, to come and bring fulfillment to the first vision that was ever dreamt of by the great Creator that we call life. And we were to come here, and we had all made a sacred covenant with the great Creator that we would come here to bring fulfillment to His original vision, and that was to bring peace into this world. And we have failed miserably because we have chosen to embrace in these concepts that reflect selfishness, that reflect separation, that reflect so much that divide us as human beings. When the grandmothers speak to us, they always remind us, the most important way that we can live and behave is to have kindness. And every day we are being given opportunities by a great Creator to reflect acts of kindness. And here we are engaged in conflict, in so many things that continue to divide us. I believe today that the real hope for all of us rests in the hearts of the elders and with the young people. These are the voices that have been silenced and not been allowed to speak, is the knowledge that the elders carry and the energy that the young people are prepared to bring to change the world in a way that we have not been able to change it because we have lacked the courage to do the right thing. It is incumbent upon us as the knowledge keepers of our people to bridge that relationship with our young people. Where are our young people today? Many of them have given up because we have lied to them. We have deceived them. Every child is born with the right to be told the truth, and we have not fulfilled that sacred responsibility that we have to tell them the truth. What is the truth? It's the values and the teachings that act as the foundation of the great binding law of the Creator. First of all, to show respect. To show respect is having the ability to be able to give and to share. We don't see that in today's world. All we see is a few people holding on to the abundance and the richness that the land has to offer. These people need to be taught, and we are prepared to teach them. We are prepared to offer this knowledge, but we will do it in the most humble way, in a way that shows our continued kindness. We must reach their heart. There must be a change of heart. If we are going to deal with the issue of climate change, we must be able to try to reach the hearts of those that continue to disrupt the natural laws of the land. As long as we continue to disrupt the natural laws, there will be dire consequences. When David and I were talking yesterday, we talked about the possibility of a pandemic that could result from the disruption of those natural laws. And this is what is being talked about in our lodges. They see something very close. In our language, they say, Peshinagun. I can see it, and I can feel the change that is coming because of our disruption of the natural laws. And a pandemic could certainly be a very high possibility of what is going to help us to change our way and the way that we behave in treating the land itself. What the elders continue to advise us and encourage us to do is make an alliance with Mother Earth. Make an alliance with the forces of nature itself, and make alliance with the fire that David had talked about. Make an alliance with the sun that can guide us to walk as the sun crosses the sky, to walk following the original purpose and instructions that we were given as human beings. We have an opportunity right now to be able to position our elders into their rightful place of influence. What society has done is limited to find resolve through political means and economic structures. What about the spiritual aspect that we are all connected to, that gives us inspiration and guidance to be able to do the right thing? There is so much that we can do. First, we have to diffuse the confrontation that could lead to violence. That is our fear, because the emotions are high. And when the emotions are high, clarity is lost. You become angry. And it's much easier to fall into the distraction of violence. And this is what we see the possibility of what could happen given the high emotion that is being expressed. The elders and the knowledge keepers of our people are encouraging us to go back to our lodges and to stay positioned to help fulfill the prophecy of many of our people. And according to an ancient prophecy, they said there will come a time when the white nation will come to the red nation to ask for guidance. Many have said that we are now in the beginning stages of that fulfillment of that prophecy. That is why the elders of our nations must be supported, because they hold a hope, because they hold a knowledge. We must encourage the leaders of this country to come to help the fulfillment of the prophecy of our ancestors that foretold that they would have to come to us. We have to stop running to them to validate who we are and to validate the knowledge that we hold. They need to learn about who we are. And as long as they do not know who we are, we will continue to be in the environment that we find ourselves of poverty, of marginalization, of dehumanization, all of these that we live in our current reality. We have to teach them how to be a human being, and it's as simple as that. And the great binding law is the foundation of what our true destiny here is in our homeland. It has been said in the document that we are the true leaders of our homeland. Why would we want to go and see a foreign colonial government to seek validation to be able to live our way of life? All we have to do is do it, because we have an alliance with the highest source of influence, of power that we call the Creator. And we have an alliance with the greatest source of power that we call Mother Earth. She will give us whatever we need in order to bring fulfillment to our true destiny in our homeland. We are the true leaders. This is what we must put into our heart. I am not talking about a political leadership. I'm talking about spiritual leadership that we must fulfill in our homeland, to teach our fellow brothers and sisters that have arrived on our homeland that there's certain roles of conduct that they must reflect in our homeland. Number one, respect the land. They do not own the land. That is a foreign concept to our people, because we know that we owe our existence to the earth itself that provides everything that we need in order to be able to live and to survive. A simple understanding, but it is a profound understanding that has helped us to survive. We've entered a time of great change and great opportunity. And I hope that through the representation of the elders and the knowledge keepers of our people, that people will find it within themselves to be able to come to our lodges and to come and hear the teachings that we are prepared to share. Our number one recommendation would be that we invite maybe the Prime Minister, because he's the first one that needs to learn, and all those that continue to enforce and impose whatever is destroying the land. We are not going to and cannot force them to change. The only way that they will change is when they understand what we understand. The old people say, we have a duty and responsibility to share to those that do not know and understand why we love the land so much. When we are able to teach them why we love the land so much, they will join us, and we will grow together to be true guardians of the land itself. What an awesome responsibility that we have. But we will be given all that we need to fulfill the destiny that the Creator had given us as the original people of our homeland. And that is to be the true leaders of our homeland. We don't need to reflect or imitate their way of governance, because it doesn't work. We do not need to reflect their economics and their politics, because it's flawed and it has failed all of us. We need to step forward now to show the world what true democracy is all about. True democracy is about having every human being the right to express their feelings and their concern. That is not what's happening in this country. Only a few people play the game of politics, and the rest of us are left out. That is why so many people turn to protest. That is why so many people are so angry, because there is no democracy. It's something else. And here we have an opportunity for the young people to be mentored and guided by the elders. We always tell the young people, please don't make the mistakes some of us have made by not allowing the mentorship of our elders to guide us. The role of the elders is there to mentor the young people, not to take the freedom of having the choice in the way that they want to live, but providing them the best tools that they can that would ensure that they would have a good life. Look at the problems that our young people are having across this country that no one seems to find how important that it is. The suicide amongst our young people, the overflowing of the jails of our young people. We can talk and continue with the rhetoric, but where is the action that is needed to help our children get out of those institutions and to stop thinking about taking their lives? The issue is identity, for the children to know who they are and to know the richness of the knowledge that they have that can save the world. That's what our young people need to hear. And we continue to force them into these assimilated institutions that they call education today, that deny them the right to know who they are. That is what we're saying. Let us rebuild our own, and let us rebuild it with love, out of the love that we should have for our children. And let us tell them the truth. They're the ones that are going to change the world. They're the ones that are going to reveal the truth of our memory of the original instructions that we were all given on our duties and responsibilities in taking care of the land. You know, many of our elders said we need to go into the forest again, to go and hug the tree, to hold the tree, to talk to the tree, and all of those things, because the trees hold this knowledge. And finally, I would say to each and every one of you, may the forest be with you. Thank you. Igwench.
Thank you very much to our knowledge keepers for those powerful words and advice and direction provided to you, all that are in the room, that have already been provided to others also at other forums, and for the youth's voice that has been presented to you, and how they feel about what is happening and the position they have taken. We have a little bit of time here, so I would like to invite those in the audience who wish to make comment, and also Elder Kelly, if he would like to come up and make comment now. With regards to this matter, we have a little bit of time before we get into the next presentation, and I'd like to provide them the opportunity to speak as well as anyone from the floor.
Miigwech. Ojo. That greeting of the Anishinaabe, Ojo, does not mean bonjour. It means contraction of the original human being, the spirit of the human being, Anishinaabe human being. Nana bonjour. So we go back, as my younger brother Davey has just been pointing out to you, the teachings and the originality and the spirituality of our teachings and our traditional knowledge that is still here. And I want to acknowledge again those speakers that we had yesterday, the wonderful speakers that gave us the inspiration. Dr. David Suzuki, Derek Nefanak, our esteemed leader in the province or in the land now known as Manitoba. I also want to thank all those visitors that we had yesterday to come and share with us all their perspectives and what's happening in British Columbia, Alberta, Saskatchewan, and other places in eastern Ontario, and also Quebec and the Maritimes. That part of Turtle Island is now known as Canada. I want to acknowledge them. I also want to acknowledge our grandmother Earth, Kokomisinan. So I could stand here all day and thank all of our spiritual ancestors, and so I do that. And our chair has said we have a little bit of time, so I will try to keep this to as short as I can without digressing from the great message that Dave has just imparted to us. But I also want to remind you as well that yesterday, and you saw the news that I kept going back into my own internet to see when the announcement was going to be coming forward as to what was expected yesterday in the way of announcement. And it seems to be that our lives hung in the balance as to what the Prime Minister was going to say, as if in fact the Prime Minister controlled our lives and controlled our resources. And I'm here to remind you that we're talking about going back to our traditional ways. Now, I spoke with a sachem from the Haudenosaunee, the people of the Longhouse, once, and they, at the Chiefs' Assembly in Ontario, talked about going back to their traditions. And I was chairing that meeting, and I called Jake Thomas, the sachem of the Mohawks, and another sachem from the Seneca, to come and say what they had heard and what their observations were. And one of them got up and he said, "What you were talking about going back to our traditions is music to my ears, and I wish you would do it." So let me ask you a question. How many of you are prepared to resign your positions as chief and go back to the clan mother's designation of the traditional chiefs? Not one raised their hands. So we're past the time of rhetoric. We're past the time of all those beautiful words. Yesterday, what you saw is a point of departure. I'm telling you that Trudeau's and his cabinet honeymoon with the people in Canada is over, is finished. Because he unveiled, insofar as the First Nations and the Indigenous peoples are concerned, he unveiled the true meaning of consult and accommodate, and revealed and unveiled the doctrine of insult and abrogate. And there, our lives hang on that particular balance, on that particular fulcrum? I don't think so. It hangs, and the fulcrum is still the spiritual law of our peoples. Kakagiwe nakonege, of which you've just heard, is a reflection. This is our traditional constitution. The Canadian Constitution is not our constitution. It's their constitution. And we tried our best to try and teach them. I was involved in the discussions of the insertion of treaties and Aboriginal rights, and let me just remind you, back in 1972, I led a delegation to Vancouver where we met the first Prime Minister Trudeau, but then he was a Minister of Justice. And he asked, what were you meeting about? And he said, we're here to meet about treaties and Aboriginal rights. And he was very dismissive. And he said, a nation does not make treaties with itself. So forget that. Forget Aboriginal rights. That is an anomaly. Back in 1982, fast forward, he bangs the gavel, and Section 30, or the matter of treaty and Aboriginal rights will say this: the treaty and Aboriginal rights are hereby recognized and affirmed. Having organized many of the technical meetings that led to those particular formulations, I wanted the word guaranteed. It did not make it in there, and maybe that's just as well. The point I'm making here is that is somebody else's law, and we inserted what we would like to have in there to give them the ability to recognize our inherent rights and our inherent jurisdiction and our laws and their relationship to the land as reflected in that document that was just read so eloquently by my colleagues, the elders at the table here. But what that guaranteed, word did not make it, and maybe that's just as well. Immediately thereafter, my brothers and sisters, there was a long debate for about 4 or 5 years in academia and in legal circles as to whether or not this was an empty box or a full box. And you all heard about the empty box, the full box theory of Section 35. Did it have anything in it or did it not have? We knew what we were doing. At least I thought I knew what I was doing. We also recognize the fact this was not our law, because our law is still with us. Our traditional constitutions and our traditional laws, and I teach those. But now what has happened since then is all the law firms that were arguing and the academics that were arguing about that created a multi-billion-dollar industry of the academics of what Section 35 meant, and lawyers and law firms were opening up new sections within their law firms on Aboriginal law. And fast forward, keep on moving forward, that has evolved and developed into another multi-billion-dollar industry, the doctrine of consultation and accommodation. This multi-billion-dollar industry has excluded us. And so we continue to live within the shadows of poverty, poor housing, social conditions, recidivism, incarceration. And I want to tell you that we're still on the fringes of that on our very own land. And so, as my younger brother Davy Crusade says, we're going to go and supplicate to the Prime Minister of today and the Cabinet and the government. We knew, as a Grand Chief from British Columbia, Stewart pointed out, that Trudeau has become a serial liar. That's a pathological liar. And that is the nature of politics as it is. And yet, many of our own leadership, as Grand Chief Nefanak pointed out, many of our own leadership has a tendency to go on the fringes of that and see if there is any hope within that. And there may be some hope within it. I'm not discouraging that. But that relationship is a toxic relationship which is built on a hierarchy where people are below and other peoples are at the top. Ours is an egalitarian system. And what I'm pointing out over here is the fact that we have to go back, when I said yesterday briefly, we do not own the land owns us, our Mother Earth, and the gravity is pointing out, and all those we're still attached to the land. That is the spirit and intent of our relationship with the land that is sometimes euphemistically referred to as a sacred relationship to the land. What I'm saying is that's where it's all at. And the time has come then. Now, with this unveiling yesterday of that doctrine of insult and abrogate, you now know that our elders will continue to be with you. But they are not supplicating, but they are prepared to teach and continue to share all those laws that we have. I certainly am. And I hear new departments being created in universities having to do with traditional law. Traditional law does not belong at the universities. You can talk about them. They belong right here to the elders, and they belong to your communities with those elders. And they're the ones that know what they mean. So we can talk about them by writing about them, but we cannot write the traditional constitution. And you cannot write the second order of law, which is the traditional law. You can't write that one either. That's the ones that our people from our ancestors lived by. The third order, customary law, is the one that teaches us the life ways of our people. Some of those you can write, and what you write are the ones that can be used to harmonize with other jurisdictions. So we are a peaceful people, and we've been patient a long time. But now, again, how much longer are we going to wait? Are we going to wait for another election and hope that that is going to make changes? We can continue to make changes, but we have to take ownership of our own land, take ownership of our own laws according to our own jurisdictions, so we can control what's happening out in our lands, out in our territories, and we can take control of our own lives. And we are not looking for great affluence. We are looking for a peaceful way of life, one that is coexistent with other nations on the very land that our ancestors left us with, we known as Mikina-Kominis, which is Turtle Island. Miigwech, my brothers and sisters.
If I could just take a little more time here. I forgot to mention that, I had a meeting in Ottawa a few days ago. They had asked, elders from the four directions to come together to discuss the whole issue of the health and wellness of our people across the land. And as a result of those discussions that we had, one of the elders stepped forward and said we need to return back to what has helped our ancestors and what will help us today. We need a beacon of light, and we need a beacon of hope. And what was reached in consensus that a pipe was being commissioned. And this pipe would represent all the pipes that were taken from our people and put into museums, which has left our ancestors, to be in a state of not being able to rest. And they said this pipe that is being commissioned will make a reconciliation in terms of all those gifts that were taken away from our people. And they said that this is the land of the pipe. And if we're going to be able to move forward and to move forward peacefully, then we must allow the sacred gift of the pipe to lead us and take us out of this insanity that we're living in. Because the pipe is reflective of an ancient way of life that carries the knowledge and carries the connection to the Spirit itself. And the pipe has always been a gift that has kept us grounded to the earth itself, so that we can access the natural laws that we should all be living by. And the pipe has the power, and I mean the power, to be able to invoke the Spirit, to be able to come within our presence, to guide us, to teach us and direct us, so that we could find peaceful resolve to the challenges that we may face in our life. And we're going to unveil this pipe, hopefully by the end of January, which is the beginning of the new year. So we will post that time, and we are hoping that you that are hearing this message today accept this as an invitation that you come to join us. And the elders said that pipe must rest in the center of the continent that we call Turtle Island. And we happen to be able to be sitting at the geographic center of the continent, what we call Manitoba, where the Creator sits. And the elders recognized and they understood that it had to be held in a sacred lodge. And this pipe would travel to the four directions to go and remind the people, of where our real power that we need in order to be able to find the good life again. And this pipe would be able to travel in those four directions. This is a very historic time and a moment for us, that we've come to finally realize that we have to be able to return to the beginning that carries the gifts, and the knowledge that we need in order to move forward. Again, that is our destiny. And added to the commissioning of this pipe, the elders have also called upon to light the sacred fires across the land on winter solstice on December the 21st. Winter solstice brings the longest night, which brings the birth of the new sun. And they said it is that time that the sacred fire should be lit, that we offer our words of gratitude for all that we have been given, that we've been able to survive, and that we ask for continued help in our journey again for another year through the sacred fire that acts as a doorway to the spirit world itself. And that we come to remember the power and the meaning of the real power of the sacredness of fire. Man has misused that element of fire to make the most efficient weaponry that destroys life. We need to remind people what the real power of the sacredness of the sacred fire is, that it is a life-giving force. So again, I hope that as you hear this message, that you will go to your communities and on the morning of the 21st, that you light the sacred fire and you put the proper offerings, tobacco, food, cloth, and you join us in prayer, because it is an alliance that we have with the highest source of power that exists, which is the power that is given and by the Spirit itself. And that we acknowledge our gratitude to the earth for all that she has given us and continues to give us unconditionally. And that we make a commitment and say that we will join her. That we make a commitment to the Creator, that we will return to the original instructions that we were given to help her, to keep the sacredness of life, that we will reciprocate the love that she has given us, that we will return that love back to her. And yes, there's a lot of work that needs to be done. But the pipe again will be the beacon, will offer the hope, and through Spirit, the Spirit will define the initiatives and the actions that we must do in order to resolve much of these challenges that we face today. So I hope that you're able to join us when that pipe will be unveiled, hopefully by the end of January, and we will post that information to those that want to join us. So thank you very much for listening. Miigwech.
Thank you. Now, are you going to stay up here forever and ever? Amen. Oh, they're going to get out of here and go eat, they said. No, please go ahead. Go return to your seats then, and we will take, well, there we go. We used up all our time. These are a group of characters when you spend time with them. They have so much knowledge to share and so much spiritual strength, but at the same time they can be real clowns. These ones that are sitting here, my Lord, Darcy Linklater, Elder Bone, and all these men know that they have to listen to the grandmothers. And they defer to the grandmothers, whether they like or not. And sometimes Dave is told what for by the grandmothers in the lodge. So, okay, I thought I heard somebody. All right. Along with Dave's call for prayer on this winter solstice, I want to share with you Chief Arvo Looking Horse, the 19th generation keeper of the White Buffalo Calf Pipe Bundle, our sacred bundle, has called for prayer on Sunday, December the 4th, 2016. And here's his statement: the hearts of all people's faith must now unite in believing we can change the path we are now on. We, from the heart of Turtle Island, have a great message to the world to unite for our children's future. Already we have witnessed many nations of life are now dying because of contamination. Those that swim, those that crawl, those that fly, the plant nation, the four-legged, and now the two-legged. We are asking the religious people to come and support our youth, to stand side by side with them because they are standing in prayer. If you can find it in your heart, pray with them and stand beside them. The police department and National Guard would listen to each and every one of you. This is a very serious time we are in. I know in my heart there are millions of people that feel this is long overdue. It is time that all of us become leaders to help protect the sacred upon Mother Earth. She is a source of life and not a resource. In the sacred hoop of life where there is no ending and no beginning. And there is a schedule that has been sent out for Sunday, December the 4th. There'll be a sunrise ceremony and water ceremony, 10 a.m. interfaith prayers. Before lunch, a gentle reminder on how we got here by the Youth Council. At 12 p.m. a community lunch, and at 2 p.m. interfaith visits. So that is another call for prayer that I share with you that has come out from our sacred bundle keeper. At this time, we have a presentation to be made by guest speaker from the tar sands impact area. However, he was unable to travel here. So I'm going to call upon Elder Francois Pette, who has indicated that he would be willing to speak in place of Chief Alan Adams. And Elder Francois Pette is from Smith's Landing First Nation, Northwest Territories, and was to speak this afternoon on the impacts of water from the tar sands. And he will share his words on the tar sands impact area. So Elder Francois Pette, if you could come on up here.
Selotine. My language, Tenesontine, it means all my relations. This day, I come from the Northwest Territories. I'm a Denisotine. By the age of 21, I became I became a chief. I'm a non-elected chief. I vacated that job in 1982. I live in the bush. I'm a traditionalist. I speak the language. I have a family. I have 5 boys, two girls. I have 8 grandchildren, 4 boys, 4 girls. My wife is a Mohawk. She's a midwife. She delivers children. Most of our children have been born at home. My grandchildren were born at home. The sacred path that when a child is born into the world is a wonderful, beautiful ceremony. I can't express this moment, only to say that when the baby comes to this world, we speak to it in our language. We welcome the child in our language. So the child can hear the language for the first time. So in his life or in her life, the connection is made with the language. That's very important. I will begin my story by saying that when we say Sedinachania is we're describing the sacred path of our people. It's very descriptive. It talks about the past, the present, and the future. It simply means the path we walk. And our history goes back since we could remember. So when we say Etionizi tha nonitana etanka hutil hatin le, you say that our history goes back as far that we traveled the stars. Our history goes back to the time of the dinosaurs. When I was growing up as a little child, my late father, who was a traditional chief, would take me to these meetings. In hand, I was about 4 years old. And they would talk about the relationship that they had with the crown. But more so, they talked about the relationship that they had with land and the water. Because where I live right close to the river. And I heard this story. He said before treaty time, the elders spoke about the water, that in time we would buy this water. We would have to buy this water. And in time this river would also be polluted. They couldn't make the connection because the river was so clean, so clear. he said that something would kill the water. I just want to share this story that a long time ago I witnessed in the 50s when the ice was probably 8 feet thick and the spring breakup. To witness a spring breakup is incredible. The people during the breakup would not sleep just because of the sheer power of this river. And to also witness, just in case there was a flood, they would have to move camp very quickly. But this one time I witnessed a beautiful spring day, and the ice was breaking up, moving, and you could just hear the crunching, the noise. And on the other side, there were 3 dog teams moving against up the river. And everybody on the shore were watching this event unfolding. These dogs were just like human beings. Well, they were. So when the ice separated, they would stop. The ice came together, they would move. It was an incredible sight. And then up the river, they would turn, coming towards the village. And these people were prepared. They had a canoe and their sled. And about 30 feet from shore, it was wide open. The dogs, without hesitation, they just swam, the canoe and all, the boat. But this incredible feat of the dogs, without stopping, they would just pull the boat, the canoe right out of the river. Without stopping, they would just go back to their homes. I wanted to share that story because today this is quite different. Right now, as I stand before you, the river would normally freeze in the first part of November, and we would be crossing in about 1 week. This day, the river is still flowing. That is unusual. At the age of 21, I became a chief. I knew I was going to become a chief, but not at such a young age. In 1972, we questioned Canada's treaty making on the question of extinguishment. So in 1972, we filed a caveat to overland over 450,000 square miles. I was a young chief, 21, with 15 other chiefs. For the first time, perhaps in the last time, in Canadian history, that a supreme judge of the courts traveled the communities to take witness from elders that first saw the treaties, were there, Treaty 8 and Treaty 11. It was an incredible time because these hearings were inside tents, inside community halls. And in 1973, Justice Morrow ruled in our favor. That those treaties were peace and friendship. No lands were ever talked about. in that he doubted, the word doubt, that the Dene ever surrendered their lands. It was a landmark ruling because the Prime Minister of the day was Pierre Elliott Trudeau. Along with the Nisga'a case in British Columbia, those two cases, the Nisga'a and the Pette case, gave Canada, for the first time, to recognize there may be such a thing as Aboriginal rights. It changed the way we negotiated with Canada. The Berger inquiry, where the Mackenzie gas pipeline was to be built from the Arctic Ocean to the south. That's another historical time. I'm just citing these events because these are the first and the last time that Canada, the National Energy Board, would ever do hearings across the country. I was a chief at the time. I traveled to major cities right across Canada. And for the first time, average Canadians would speak up in their opposition to the pipeline. In 1976, Berger put a moratorium on that pipeline. It was not built today, to this date. The door where I come from, the north, is called the North Door. The North Door. That's where I'm from. I'm also educated, but I'm not going to talk too much about white man's education, because that's not my strength. But I want to say, to understand the white man, you must know the source of their thinking. Where does it come from? I'm just making an observation. I'm not opposing the Bible. I just want to make an observation. In the book of Genesis 1:2-8, it says, it's God's will maintain supremacy over non-Christians by subduing the earth and exercising dominion over all living things. This is coming out of the Bible. I just say this because this is white man's thinking. And in the States, they are fundamental about that. They are fundamentalist about that. All their laws are around this doctrine of discovery. In 1983, before I go to 1983, I will go to 1977, I was a chief that went to Geneva to speak at the UN. And that was the beginning of the UN Declaration of Indigenous Peoples' Rights. I just want to say this, that the one country that stood up in support of indigenous people's cause was Cuba. Cuba. The Cuban government. I would not forget that. But it was also a time where something happened there that I was doing a lot of talking at my young age, talking about, I'm a hunter, my bush life, my way of life, the river, but I wasn't living it. So I made it a point in my life that I was going to change the way I lived. In 1983, I moved back to the bush. With my pregnant Mohawk wife, we camped in the tent for over a year, building a log home. And hunting. I'm a buffalo hunter, moose hunter. Because I wanted my children to experience their dinachania, their way of life. I wanted them to respect Mother Earth and the water. And that was the beginning also when I started to travel the water, that I seen a change in the water, in the river. And the water was getting darker. And I started to drink the water and I started to get sick. In the 80s, I started to carry clean drinking water on the river in a jug because the water was no longer safe to drink. I also fought hydroelectric dams. That I'm good at. When I was a chief, you wanted to build a hydro on the river, 2,000 megawatts, that would destroy our river forever. And I opposed that, and the government of Alberta walked away from it. And because maybe I was getting old, they came back again, ATCO this time, and Trans-Canada Pipeline. They came back. Because they figured there's some colonized leaders in the community. But I trained my nephews and my sons well. The young chief, after their study, they put up BCR. I'll just read the last, therefore. He says, therefore it be resolved that SLFN's participation in consultation processes with the Crown and with the project proponents is intended to ensure that future generations will be able to meaningfully exercise their treaty rights on SLFN treaty lands. And further, it be resolved that SLFN does not support resource development on the Slave River. So this date, hydro is still off the shelf. We are in very difficult times. The tar sands. The tar sands, in our language, we say three 19 is on ille. When we say 319 is on ille, we mean this medicine is no good. It is poison. That is what's killing our river, killing our waters. I am now witnessing sludge on the river when I travel on the water. I'm witnessing oil. My friends, what is taking place in the north is incredible. The destruction of the tar sands and the desecration of our lands is happening very quickly. There was also a prophecy made a long time ago that when the trees, the spruce trees along the river, when the spruce tree begins to die from the top down, that means there's something wrong with the water. And that, I am witnessing that on the river. Trees dying from the top down. The Pette Dam, 1966, built in BC. I was just in Fort St. John not so long ago. There's a couple of ladies here. To watch those elders cry about the destruction of their territory was hard to take. Because it took over 2 years to fill that reservoir. And there were trees floating because they never cut the trees. And any moose and caribou, elk that were caught in that pond, they swam till they drowned it. We have to deal with that after effects of that downriver. With the lower of the river, the Great Slave Lake, 2 years ago dropped by 1 meter. 1 meter, that's 3 feet. That's a massive lake. And we are witnessing deformed fish. Deformed fish. I'm 200 miles, about a little 200 miles from the tar sands. In Fort Ship, people were dying of cancer. They are told not to eat the fish or the moose along the river. Their basic food security. This pollution goes all the way to the Arctic Ocean. And people are finding changes all along the river. Witnessing strange happenings. In our language we say etunodi. Etunodi means strange happenings. We don't say global warming. And it's warming. The buffalo are moving north. The muskox are moving south. And the moose, I seen them as far down in North Battleford. The deer, white-tailed deer, they're way up in Yellowknife. They're way out of the territory. So is the coyotes. So is the mountain lions. There is fish we've never seen in a river, like salmon. In the rivers, we catch them. I just wanted to share a prophecy because I live by the prophecies. There was a prophecy that was foretold about the buffalo that are moving north and the muskox. They say that when the muskox and the buffalo come together, there are going to be changes not for the good. And that's very close. Yeah, this global warming has even affected me. I go hunting buffalo every year. Last year, my boys, my daughter, I don't know, it was about 12, 13 of us. And about this time of the year, it don't get light till about 10 o'clock up there. And it gets dark around before 3. So you have a very short period of time. So anyway, I'm at 6 o'clock in the morning. It's 30 below. And I'm headed for buffalo. And I'm driving and I'm thinking, there is something wrong here. Something going on. My feet is getting cold. I stopped. Guess what I had on? My house slippers. Praise the Lord. So I had to turn around and go home, look for my skidoo boots. My wife said, "You're a crazy Indian," he said. Yeah, this global warming it's affecting us. I chair the Elders Council of the Stanton Hospital. And the Stanton Hospital, we are working on wanting to include traditional medicines, practices in the hospital. But for some reason or another, when we have meetings, people are always talking about cancer. Why is there a high rate of cancer amongst of our people? In Fort Resolution, that's just downstream from where I live in the Delta, in 8 months, 9 people have died of cancer. Down the Mackenzie River, people are dying of cancer. It don't discriminate young and old. Anyway, we finally asked the doctor. We called in the doctor. I said, "Would you like to give us a breakdown of these cancers that are happening in our territory?" The doctor said, "Yeah." 3 weeks later, they reported back to us. In Canada, national level, stomach cancer is the 3rd highest. For some unknown reason, in the Northwest Territories, stomach cancer is the highest. Next question, where is that coming from? How is that related? The doctor kind of half-assed would say it may come from the environment. They do not want to say it comes from the water because they will be fired. But there is a relationship between the water and the sickness of cancer. And do you think they will do research? No. In Fort Resolution, the elders are coming together and saying that there's a relationship of cancer in the water. And the medical director of the Northwest Territories, Dr. Corriveau, he comes in, he says, "No, you guys are dying of, you guys smoke too much cigarettes, tobacco, you guys are dying of lung cancer." As the chair of the Elders Council, I was very upset with that. I said, when the elders are pointing to the environment and the relationship of cancer in the water, and you are downplaying that, I said, you shouldn't do that. Just be honest and upfront. I wanted to, the tar sands, as I've traveled to other parts of the world, to Norway, Sweden, Denmark. This year was my 6th COP meeting. And the wonderful chief, Kevin Hart, was there. I want to thank him. He did a lot of work over there. Yeah, he did a lot of work. But before he shares this story with you, I'm going to share this story. You know, we eat Moroccan food, and we're not accustomed to that. So there's one evening, Chief says, let's go find a restaurant that sells hamburgers and fries. No McDonald's there. So we said, okay. Around the corner there was a hamburger place. We go in there because we're debriefing. He's tired. I'm miserable. So we ordered hamburger. Everybody ordered hamburger. Me, I ordered cheeseburger. The waitress looked at me and says, cheeseburger. I said, yeah, cheeseburger. Anyway, the food came. Then we had a burger with bacon. And I started chomping on my hamburger. There's no meat patty. It was half an inch of cheese in there. I told the waiter, where is the meat? He says, you ordered a cheeseburger. So the chief and I, we had a lot of laugh about that. You're in a strange country. Yeah, there's cultural differences. I want to in the north, where I come from, the environment is sensitive environment. For the caribou moss to grow, it takes over 200 years to mature. And you'll witness a lot of fires. And Mother Earth is speaking up in her own way. This May, we witness half of Fort McMurray burned to the ground. Mother Earth is saying something. The fires, the wind, the water, the floods. And this fall, Fort McMurray flooded. Here, I hear in Manitoba that you have tornadoes. You've never had tornadoes before. Who pays for the destruction of those events that are not natural to our part of the world? Mother Earth is continuously to speak up, and she's hard because we are not obeying the natural laws or the Nechanye. It's a difficult life to live the natural way. But if you raise your children, your grandchildren, they learn faster and easier. Because they have these little guys, they have a lot of questions. They have lots of questions. And sometimes they know that I'm going to leave. They say, I said, see ya. Where are you going? They're saying, grandfather, where are you going now? Well, this time I'm coming to Winnipeg. I come to speak about the water. They just nod their head. My wife has a wonderful job, hard job. She's committed to the work as a midwife. 2 Mondays ago, it rained during the night. And there's about a half an inch of ice, like a skating rink on the highway. And she has to drive to work. And she couldn't make it all the way to town, so she had to walk the rest of the way. Yeah, she brings in forth life to the world. In our language, it Tenabiyesi, the Yesi, one who helps with life. And on the other hand, I'm protecting Mother Earth for my grandchildren. These people in the tar sands, people that are going to build these pipelines, they are spiritually bankrupt. You just got to accept that. They are spiritually bankrupt. Like I'm a trained alcohol and drug worker. When I work with an alcoholic, when he is spiritually bankrupt, I can understand why. But these people, they are addicted to oil, addicted to money. They are spiritually bankrupt. They don't understand what you are talking about. When you say natural world, natural life, they don't understand it. 80% of the tar sands is owned by the Koch brothers in the United States. The Koch brothers own a lot of Republican people. They control the Republican Party. These people have never been to my territory. They don't have a clue. They don't even believe in such a thing as climate change. Now, they have a president that they're stuck with. And the world that I live in is different than theirs. But I'm going to continue to live with the land, with the water. We are beginning to rediscover our sacred sites. Along the river, we're starting to see archaeological sites dating back thousands of years. Our people, before Columbus came here, there were millions of people. A modest estimate of 150 million people, over. Our people did not have sickness. How did you know? These archaeology, they look at the bones. No sickness. These people, corn, a staple food of indigenous people, people that have ceremonies, feasts. That's one of the staple food they have on a table is corn. It's a sacred food. But these white people, corn came to the territory in the south over 6,000 years ago. And scientists cannot duplicate. They don't know how corn was made. It's a sacred food. The rights, we have rights. We need to adopt this thinking that Mother Earth has rights. The water has rights. The buffalo has rights. The moose has rights. The fish has rights. Every living species has a right. A tree has a right. And we must treat her like that. Because those are all sacred parts of creation. And when I traveled the north, people are starting to go back to their way of praying, doing their own ceremonies, feeding of the fire ceremonies. I was talking about my wife. Well, what makes me tough, I live with a Mohawk woman. And they're very tough. Like, my hearing here is shot. And I can't hear anymore because she's constantly screaming in this ear. But you know, the other day what I did, I went to see somebody to clean my ears out. They put a candle, a stick in there, it melts, it cleans the ears out. I don't know how it happens, but it happens. Anyway, I got my ears cleaned out, and my wife is still screaming because I didn't tell her that my ears are clean. I could hear her. But I never told her that I cleaned my ears out, so she's still screaming at me. The tar sands is a destruction. You've seen many documentaries about the tar sands. David Suzuki that was here, him and I, we did a tar sands film called Tipping Point. Matter of fact, Suzuki was in my territory. We also did a documentary on buffalo. I've also just did a documentary, I was going to say APTN. I appreciate APTN because they report things that are happening in Standing Rock. That's the only way we know what's going on in the north is APTN. I really appreciate their work. But APTN also came to my territory this summer, and they're going to do a story with me and the Indians. You've seen the Indians and the aliens? Well, they're going to do a production of me with the aliens sometime in the new year. It's a very interesting life that we live in. I just want to say that Canada, they're going to celebrate 150 years of existence next year. 150 years. That's not long. We have a choice. We can celebrate with those people and pretend everything is rosy. We can celebrate with them about how they created the Indian Act. We can celebrate with them. Why do you think that our treaties were surrender and extinguishment treaties? We can celebrate with them that everything is all right with our waters, rivers, and air, and fire. We can do that. And they're going to ask you. They're going to be writing letters to the chiefs, if they haven't already, asking your input and celebrating their 150 years of celebration. When they came to this country, our country was pristine. In 150 years, they destroyed and desecrated our lands. Are we going to celebrate that? I am not. If we all came together, we can boycott the doggone celebration. We can boycott it. Why are we going to celebrate? I have an issue with that. In 1936, our people up in the north boycotted Treaty 8 because at the time they were beginning to put on laws that there shouldn't be laws on our harvesting rights. Yes, the Prime Minister is in a very difficult situation. But he has to go with who votes him in, who gives him money. That's where he has to go. So, my friends, I wanted to say that much. I want to thank Grand Chief Nipinak for inviting me here. It's an honor. It's a blessing. But when I speak up here, I speak for my grandchildren. As I love them, I love the land. My father used to say, I love the land. And he would say, he says, some of these white people that comes amongst you, some of them don't know anything. And he is right. So my friends, Masicho, Salatina, thank you so much.
Can you bear with me for one moment?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. I have the great honor of presenting a small token of our appreciation from the Assembly of Manitoba Chiefs to the great Dene leader and Elder Francois Paulette. But just a little bit of context for you before I present the gift. I've known Francois for a significant number of years, and in my late 20s, I had the honor of traveling into the north and residing amongst the Dene for a few years. And you know, the two communities, the Smiths Landing First Nation and the Salt River First Nation, took me in knowing that I was an Anishinaabe from the south and treated me like a relative. And I had the great honor of being on the river a few times with Francois and his family in the boat. I've been on the land with him. You know, we even went hunting one time, you know, and I often say that, you know, the teachings that we receive along this path of life come from different places. And I can recall a dark night sitting on the banks of the Slave River, sipping on tea, you know, after being out on the land with him and reflecting on his leadership in his community from what I observed. And I said, you know all these great things, and you have these teachings, you have this wisdom. And when we look at where our communities are, how do you cope with knowing where we could be from where we're at today? And he just gave me one word. He said, it's humility. So I always, you know, I've always tried to hold on to that teaching, recognizing and remembering those times on the Slave River. And it's emotional for me because a lot of amazing things happened in my life when I was living in that territory. And I hope to one day return up there to visit some of my friends. So, ladies and gentlemen, I ask for another round of applause for our friend here, Francois Pette.
Thank you, Elder Paulette. You don't move as fast as you used to. At this point, we have a very brief video that's going to be shown in advance of our relative, Ernie Kobenis Jr. from Buffalo Point First Nation, who will be presenting and speaking to you about the Standing Rock Frontline perspective. And I have been following some of the feed, and I know he's been there. So could we have the video, please? If we have the lights down a little bit in the front, and then Ernie will come and speak then.
So they're pulling our brothers out of their vehicles. They're starting to. So they're looking for someone that had a gas mask on. They're pulling your brother out of the car. Pulling this warrior out of the car, arresting him. There's a swarm of cops around this vehicle, targeting warriors. that we're protecting women in prayer. Today as we came out for this action at this man camp. These man camps are known for the abuse and the sickness that they bring. So we came out here from camp to let them know that they will not be allowed to go on with their destruction and disturbed. After they're arresting a brother who's holding a warrior line to protect women in prayer. They stopped a caravan of several hundred people who were attempting to disperse when given the order to. There was about 50 cars. They stopped all of them up to the bridge, up to the river, and are going through vehicles, pulling individuals out. So we're going to film each other, us and this guy. So our brother being taken in. They're continuing to question the other warriors in the vehicle with an excessive show of force. Just armed to the teeth.
Elders, chiefs, and guests, this is Ernie Kobnis Jr. and another young man with him.
Hello, Buju. My name is Ernest Kobnis. As you can see, I was the person who was arrested in that video. And, so I came here on behalf of Buffalo Point and Red Warrior Camp and standing in solidarity with Standing Rock. And I wanted to speak a little bit about the experiences that have been that you guys been seeing on videos like this, and then in the front lines with a lot of our youth and a lot of our women and children. And I want to share that I'm proud to be here. I'm happy to talk in front of you guys, let you guys know what's really happening over there, instead of watching these videos all the time and watching the media put out all these lies about our Native people, about the protest, about what's really happening in Standing Rock. And I want to acknowledge the staff that I hang on to. It's my grandpa's staff. He served the Vietnam or Korean War, and he was a vet. And he did not go there for our generations to suffer. And I just want to go on with that. So my time being in Standing Rock meant a lot to me. The first couple days I was there, I didn't know what to think. I was more in shock to see how many natives came together for a call out to all natives and all nations. And I was proud to see that a lot of our nations are gladly to be together happily with all different nations. And when I went there, I thought I was only going to go there for a week or a couple days. And then as the weeks progressed, I made a commitment to say I'm going to stay in Standing Rock until whenever this pipeline is defeated and when the head of the Black Snake is cut off. But as it proceeded on through the days, it started getting worse and worse. Morton County, several other dispatch counties came and joined forces, and they used brutal force that was unnecessary on our people. And I've seen a lot of things happen to a lot of children, a lot of women, mostly our women. So it's hard for me to speak sometimes when I talk about it, because I know people back in Standing Rock are still there fighting, and it hurts me seeing what happened to our people and still being done, and nothing's been done about it. For so many years and thousands of years, our people have to fight for life, fight for our water, fight for our children and our mothers and our children. And it hurts me to go there and still see our people still treated like this. And it made me stand up and realize I need to change my lifestyle and go out there and fight for my people, as many others are there standing along with us. And it's an honor to bring a message to other people like ourselves and other nations in Canada, because I know the fight is not only there, it's in our backyards too. And so I want to bring that awareness that our children are our future. It's time for our children to stand up and show our elders that we are not children no more. We have our own heart, we have our own spirit, we have our own mind. We have decisions that are being made without the elders now. You have warriors that are waking up. We have children that have the warrior spirits that are waking up inside them, a bundle that sits inside them, that fire that encourages them to stand up. And I see a lot of these children that are 7 to 5, from 10 years old and going on to their teens, standing up, and they see all this destruction that's happening to their lands and their ancestral burial graves. When I was up there, I seen so much excessive force that was not supposed to be used on our people. People were standing there for water. People were standing there crying because desecration of what these machines, these monsters, machines that are doing to our graves and doing to our people. And on that same part of the river where we stand, several miles down, is another sacred burial ground where our people have been massacred, women and children and elders. And I have that in my heart. And when I stand there, that makes me stay stronger. Watching my young youth, the children, stand up. Because when I was here in Winnipeg, my own home in Canada, we have a lot of drugs and alcohol that deceives our people from seeing our future. It takes away that spirit, makes them think there's nothing we can live for. And I want to tell each one of you, there is something to live for, and it's for our children. If we are not there as a parent or a spokesperson or a leader to stand there and tell our children that there's nothing to look forward to, that is a lie. We are scared, our people are scared to stand up because there's oppression of residential schools and all these laws that have been put on us to make us live under this law, under the government, to be oppressed. And I'm here to say I'm tired of being oppressed, and I'm tired of watching my native people be oppressed for so long. And I just want to acknowledge the groups that are out there are standing along a really brave and strong woman who fights a lot with these drugs and alcohol. Her name is Julie Richards. She stands with the Mothers Against Meth Alliance, known as Mama. She stands out there on behalf of the children, and I stand along beside her because that's the reason why I'm there, is because those children and those elders. These elders gave up their lives when they went to these war. They gave up their service to die, and they come back, and yet it still goes on. So that shows you what the government does to our people, and shows them how they respect our people. And I don't go by these laws no more, because our people back in the day did not go by law. They went by nature's law. And that's what's coming back. Our people are waking up. Our children are fighting back for this water. They're using tear gas, concussion grenades, rubber bullets, grenade canisters and everything. Grenade launchers that shoot these rubber bullets at our people. And there's water that's been used on our people that are taken up to like measurements that can harm and even kill our people. I've seen people shot with rubber bullets. I've seen people maced. And I've seen a lot of our women and our children maced. Cops that are sitting there thinking the paycheck is going to save their life from the government, and the government's going to back them up for what they do. But not knowing that we're out there fighting for their children too. And we sit there and we pray for that water. There's a lot of our children who cry on the front lines. And I sit there and I don't want to cry beside them, because I'm supposed to hold up that leadership for them and tell them you don't need to cry no more. Because we are here to protect you and your children. And that opens their eyes and makes them a warrior. And it says, I'm here to stand along with my people and my water and my nations. As strong as we used to be 1,000 years ago, before this government was here, before all of this sickness came across and we been placed upon our people. And I'm happy to be here. I'm happy to serve what time I have with so much people, and which time I can give. And it hurts me so much that our governments, not our governments, their governments, do this to their people, even their own people, for a little paycheck, a little scenery that's been taken away from our people. Houses have been placed on our sacred burial grounds. Restaurants have been placed on our burial grounds. Places so people can go enjoy the scenery. And yet, we still live under the poverty line and say they're supposed to be giving us jobs. Jobs that only last us a couple weeks, and we go back to our reservations, where they oppress us more with welfare, and they take away our children through all these different companies that take away our children and hand them off to different families that are not native, and say that we can't take care of our own children. That is a lie. There's no such thing of us not taking care of our own. We very much take care of a lot of people, not only our own children, but we take care of many different people's children. We stand there and we take knowledge that even though it ain't the same color of skin, but it's the same blood that runs through all of our hearts and everything. It's that water that keeps us alive, and it's that water that is going to keep us alive for next generations. And it hurts me to see that these people don't realize what they're doing, putting that pipeline down and desecrating our graves and our ancestors, where we all used to be. All these roads, these pavement roads, are roads our ancestors used to walk on and travel to different nations to bring medicines, bring food to different nations. Our people were not rich. We were rich with land, not money. Greed was not in our system. It was given and given back to Mother Earth. We take from Mother Earth and we give it back. Just like our people, we came from Mother Earth, and when our time here is up, we go back into Mother Earth. And we give that tobacco, acknowledge Mother Earth every day for our life to be here. I had so many talks with my mom and my dad about what should I be doing with my life. And it took me not that long to realize what has been happening to our people. I live in Buffalo Point First Nation, and I've seen the struggles of the oppressed of our governments, the politicians. The politicians come in my land and they take away our rights, my rights, to stand up. When I stand up, when I want to talk, they silence me. They try to scare me with these laws and everything. Say I don't have a right. They say we don't have rights as humans. What gives them that right? To take away our rights and take it and be upon and oppress us and say it's not ours to talk on our own behalf of our people. If it wasn't for our people, their people would not be here. Their people would not have a place to live. Their people would not have learned ways of living and sustaining themselves as a race. They were lucky that we accepted them into our family because our people are loving and giving, and our people do not forget that. If you look at children, sometimes they eat and they don't finish all their food. There's a reason why they don't finish all their food, because they're offering to that spirit that's there. Kids do not forget. If you watch your children, you may learn more than a few things you ever learned in your life by watching your children, and learn from your children and listen what they have to say. Because our future is our children now. Everyone here is doing their job to show them the path, to show them that the guidance of what we should be teaching our children. These Medayman lodges, shake tents, all these sundances, ceremonies, need to bring our people back and our children into those ways, because those are the ways that are going to show our children to stand up and be strong again. Those things are going to bring our people together, not these governmenting, not these bills or these laws that have been put out against us. That is nothing the way our people should be living. I believe we can live in a way that our people can sustain our own selves on this land. And as the guy who was talking before me, who came up, who's speaking about hunting, I hunt too. I hunt all over. I hunt for different reserves. And it hurts to see that every year I go out to hunt, there is less and less animals and less nature, and our forest is being cut down. We're our own life forms before us struggle and cry out for help. I was working up in the Grassy Narrows. I was a guiding fisherman up there. And for the time I was being there, I acknowledged that water every day, every time I was out there. And I fished, and I watched the eagle come down and swoop fish out that water. But also when I was fishing to get myself something to eat, I pulled up a fish, and I looked at that fish, and I was like, this is what our people used to feed on for thousands of years, and it has not gone less of that. But now I went there, and when I seen that there was growth on these fish, and our people look to that life form to survive on, and to eat and to feed our children, and yet we still gotta live by these laws that we gotta have these pieces of paper to show how much food we take from the water, how much we take. And that hurts me watching the government oppress us for even surviving on our own, to trying to provide for our families. It's not right for our people to do this anymore. And I see our people have been waking up in Standing Rock, and I stand alongside of my brothers and sisters. And this is a spiritual movement that has been awakening for all of our people. And this is not an organization. These people who talk about our people in Standing Rock, talking about who are these leaders, who are these people that are controlling these movements. We have no leaders. We have no people who stand there and take full responsibility of our actions. It's our people that make the decisions in Standing Rock. There is no leader amongst us. It's our people now that came together as one, who come together and talk over things, how our people used to do back in the day, how our women get together and talk for that water. As you see in videos every morning, they have a march that walks up to their front lines where they have that bridge occupied, so we can't pass it, so we can't stop what they're doing. Every day our people go there and put down prayers for that water. And to see that our people get sprayed and shot with rubber bullets, canisters, concussion grenades, being put on our people just to go pray. And that should stop. Because you do not see our people going to your churches and your grave sites and digging them up, and just because we want to put a band office there or something for our people. We do not take away water from our own people and put oil in it and still say that these people can have a lot of water. There's a lot of water around. There is not a lot of water around. You go to Canada, there's pipelines going through Canada all over, as much just as the United States. And people look at these pipelines and say, this is the safest way for this oil to be transferred. There is better and newer ways of energy that we can use and change the concept of pipelines. Because these pipelines are desecrating our graves, exterminating our people's history. And not only that, their history that is trying to be made as right now. So I just wanted to acknowledge everyone being here, acknowledge my brothers and sisters up in Standing Rock. I hope I can make a difference for people that are listening out there. I encourage you guys to go out there. I encourage everyone to go out there. Because I see families and children that gave up everything just to go out and Standing Rock to fight for this water. And it hurts me seeing my people on the streets just today for the oppression of what we go through. And the governments need to acknowledge our people, that we are people of this land. We are the protectors of this water. And we make a difference of standing up. It's our people that are going to bring all of our nations and all other nations together. Not only Native people, but to realize that they are destroying Mother Earth by the things they are doing just for money and greed. So they can have a nice house on top of a hill and have, bank accounts, endless of money. For what? So they can have their family and their children to oppress us the same old way as their fathers been doing to our people. It's time for people to wake up and go to Standing Rock and stop hating on our people and talking about all these lies up in Standing Rock. It is a very beautiful place to be if you want to see reality for your own eyes. It will show you how the government treats our people, not through the history books of your guys' schooling and universities. These universities are teaching people how to discriminate our native race of people on this land. And when I was going to school, I got taught all these lies about our people that I knew wasn't right. And so when I stood up and talked about it in school, I got put down for talking up. I got put in the back of our school in a library in the back room because I stood up. And that's what made me realize this is what happens when our people stand up. They put us away. They put us somewhere where we can't be seen. They put us through all these drugs and alcohol. They oppress us to reservations, residential schools, all these organizations where they take away our children. This is just to be made to oppress our people and our children so we can't stand up like we're doing in Standing Rock. I see how scared these police officers and people are at in the front lines. When they see a group of natives, they think of us that we're terrorists. They think of us of not human. But when I see our people unite, and when I see the faces in their eyes, when they see us unite, they're scared. Their armor, all these riot gears, all these military guys, snipers sitting up on hills facing at our women and children, ready to say, ready to take out any one of our people. They're more than happy to do that because they serve that flag, that United States flag that our people shed so much blood to make this country for them to live on. That's what they think. They killed so many people and children, many children, just for them and us to be oppressed so they can have a nice life. And I hate to see all these companies make money off water and metals, minerals, gold, just for them to have a nice house. And what we're left with is water that is not drinkable for anyone, not even our animals. So I want people to go to Standing Rock and see what's really happening, because they are using whatever they can to make us leave. And they're trying to scare people from not going to Standing Rock. They're saying they're stopping supplier people that are bringing donations to camp. They're going to be stopping people and charging them for doing that. They're just trying to scare people from going to Standing Rock. Who cares if they stop you? Who cares if they charge you? What is more valuable, your water or your life? Those two things need to go together for living beings and animals. And it took me so long to realize that, I'm doing a good thing, because it's not about me. It's not about me no more. When I was growing up, my dad did the best he can do to teach me my ways of our people. He took me to powwows. He took me to all the things he can show me. So when he said when he leaves the spirit world, he says, the only thing I'm scared of leaving the spirit world is knowing that if I leave and knowing that my children don't have nothing to show for, or nothing for me to show my children. He says, before I leave, I want to show my children the way of our people, the way our people have been living for thousands and thousands, millions of years. And so he showed me the way to use that pipe, to hold the staff, to acknowledge these spirits that are around us, to acknowledge our ancestors, because they are still here and they still speak to our people. They are the voices that are standing in our hearts and our spirit to tell us to wake up. You need to do something. So I'm happy to stand here for all you chiefs to listen and all you people that are live casting right now. Share this as much as you can. Tell as much as your family members. Go to Standing Rock. Don't be scared to get arrested. I got a $5,000 bond on me, and I'm still going to go back. They can put me in jail all they want just because I want to fight for water. They can do all they want. It won't matter, because there's still thousands of us that are going to be there. And these arrests won't mean nothing. This water is what we're fighting for. If you want to make a difference, if you can't make it to Standing Rock, well, occupy something at your home, somewhere in your homeland. Go to the banks, stand out there, do something, stop them for a day of work, or even start pulling out of banks, because a lot of these banks we go to are funding these pipelines. So if you want to stand there, and if you can't make it, have a sign, make a sign, go outside your house, go outside on the streets, stand on the corner, make awareness, make people wake up, open people's eyes. Because I'm trying the best as I can, to wake up as much people as I can, and to tell people that we are going to defeat this snake no matter what, this black snake that's in this ground and is going all across our Turtle Island. We are going to make a stop no matter what. And if it takes my life to do it and others, I will commit to that. And to our veterans, I want to go out and say to our veterans that went to all these wars and served, that they are warriors. They are warriors then, and they are warriors now. And just because there is no war to fight, and nothing like that, your time is not done. When you're a warrior, your time on this earth, you've been sent here to fight for your people. And when your time is done as a warrior is when you are in that ground, when you made that commitment back to the Creator, when you go back. That's when your time is done, as being a warrior, is when you've done your job. Us as warriors, our jobs are never done. We're a warrior. All of our people are warriors. We have that Ogijida spirit, Ogijida Koi spirit in all of us. It just takes a little acknowledgement to that spirit to wake ourselves up from all this oppression that our people have been going through. And I just want to pass it on to my dad, because I know my dad was there alongside me through everything. He acknowledged me for being out there, for what I was doing for my people. I just want to say, Chimi Gwich, thanks.
Bonjour, Wabebines, Disnikas. I come from Buffalo Point First Nation, my son here, Ernie. It's not about me. It's about the water, life, as we know it. There's a spiritual awakening, a call, if you will, that's been made, and it's been answered by these youth. It's a movement that cannot be stopped, and it will not be stopped until, like my son said, until this black snake has been dealt with. Because they're fighting for the generations yet to come. We know that as a people. We heard of elders talk and speak about life. We need to teach our young ones the Ogijida teachings in order for them to survive in this life. That warrior spirit will cure all of our sicknesses. It'll give them that pride, that dignity that they much deserve as young warriors, as young women, as young men. They struggle with the drugs and alcohol. We lose them on the streets to the gangs, suicide. This Ogijida spirit that my son carries and the messages he passes on will defeat those sicknesses that is put on our people. Me as a father, as a grandfather, it was my responsibility to ask those elders, women, for that knowledge so I can cherish that and use it and pass it down to the generations behind us. Our elders are the key to the future. These are the keepers to the future, these children, the warriors, Ogijida. For me to hang on to those teachings of a warrior would be very selfish. So we as parents, we've dealt with drugs and alcohol in our past. It's time to put that stuff down, because our children are going to need us when they stand on the front lines. They're going to be crying out for help as we watch and sit back and watch. We need to stand up beside them. We need to know we love them. That's all they want. That's all they want as children, is to be children, to have a clean and environment. And the most of all they want is to say, you've done a good job, my son, my daughter, my granddaughter, my grandson. That's all they want. That's all they need. That's all they want in repayment, because they know the Creator. They were sent here to do a job as Ogijida Kwe, their commitment. When they go back to Creator, we all go back to Creator someday. He's going to ask, what did you do? Did you do? You said you're going to do something, you did not do it. Why? So we as parents, we need to stand up with the kids, our grandkids, and the ones that are Standing Rock. I want to acknowledge all of them. Standing Rock is a very sacred place. Many nations have come together for this battle to survive, for the fight for this water. It's not about Indian issues or anything, it's about a human race issue. I've never felt so much love and compassion and sharing when I went to Standing Rock, something that was missing out of our own communities when our nations come together like that. I can only imagine how it was 200-300 years ago before we were colonized, how much love and harmony that we lived. We only took what we needed, we gave back. You go to Standing Rock, you're going to find that. It's going to touch you. You're not going to want to leave. That's all I can say is go to Standing Rock. It'll change your life. It's going to change the life for our people and our grandchildren, our great-grandchildren. I don't want to take too much of your time. It's been past lunchtime here, so I just want to say, Chimigwech, it's about these young warriors here. Please support them in any way you can in your own communities. Miigwech, Chimigwech. Thank you.
You've got a good boy there. Yes, could we have you come back up here, please, Ernie, Dad Ernie, and son Ernie. Chief Bone has a gift to present to you.
On behalf of Grand Chief Derek Meekmanak and the leadership of the Assembly of Manitoba Chiefs, we want to thank you for your journey and thank you for your story. And we want to present you a gift on our behalf and all the people that are present here. Chimi Wecha.
Thank you to both. Thank you to both gentlemen for their contribution and for standing up for our people at Standing Rock. Gail, who's going to offer up the prayer for lunch? Florence, Elder Florence Painter is going to offer up prayer for lunch, and then we will break for until 12:15. I mean 1:15, then we'll start again. Don't go too far. Lunch will be ready. You can line up on both sides after we've completed the prayer.
Bonjour. I was Rosh Kabineshi Kwe Disney Mako Denamagan. A Saman give me Nigochi Kagi Totuan where we siniwin, me juin. Chip me Binaman, chip me Gagwedian, yeah. Minop Madazin, yeah. Quake Quendamoin. Was your prendam win? Gab me niminan. And Mishomis, Josh Kabinashi, Quendis Nikas, Macon, Denamagan. Bimininan, where meet you in. Chip me where Chandamang, yeah, Madizuin. Chip me where Chandamang, where Anishnabe, what is you, Anishnabe, Madizuin. Bimi, Mamique, Ungwe. Hodiga kaina ni diat chanda we dokoat nangit magananan ide asini kani wait kaijati de bimi kagwedetta mok inge maskega boy maskawenda moin bimi kagwedetta mok ke mi gwenge wabiske ke we no jibonan the moat mano jiba Chin mama jot we know monjagange we ma hoganov mi si no we know. And Miss Hingego Nijonik Mudapin Awasema gab me the Kunak. Agagan son animang gab me nan where me juin hajip me where chandaming here give me mini guising ya and Ishnabe waters in ge Kitino nanan kinagego kagip me. Was it Chigante, Kama King, chip me, dingy name, chip me nanaga twing. I get DJ midday easy young of me nana way, whistling, and I'm going to gang, Himage, anongui nine, anongui kwe, agip mig a wedgemin, mi wijishnam, migitimagian mishnam. Aga mama gukumisnan, kab mionjananaga jat and shnavekwen, agap minaga jigwang, and the tibikak, agip miombinamun, kewin aware, kegi no, aware me juin, gawip me, jit aware, dinamaga, namaga, kap miayat. Agaje, Medea king ke bimiji inanane wisnian ajib mimi wetchan daming ya kagib mimi ni going kinagego madizin jib majiwing age hinan ibin bimi kagi sandanan ha we know aja kinagego jimigwe kusidwat nge kap me ke we know kanen damwat ya Yanibe, agib miga wedgemin nim, mi wijishnam, mi dimagian mishnam, han mishomis, mi wedgib migo, how.
If we could have the elders proceed to the table, or their helpers to collect lunch for our elders, and then after that, everybody else. Both sides of the table, both ends. Okay, somebody help Elder Paulette out. He has misplaced his glasses. So if anyone happens to see some glasses roaming around by themselves without an owner, a reminder also for those of you who are able to join at the fundraising gala tomorrow evening. Tonight. Oh yes, it's tonight. Tonight. The tickets are, the ladies are at the table just outside the door. We'll provide you with the information and the cost. And then tomorrow morning, we need all of you to come bright and early at 7:30 in the morning to the Indian Métis Friendship Center on Robinson Street for a free pancake breakfast to join our people from the community to help us serve and join in at the Friendship Center and having breakfast with our people. And then we need you all back here by 9:30. So you have 2 hours to eat lots of pancakes tomorrow morning, 7:30 till 9:30. And then, be back here by 9:30 so that we can begin our morning and finish up the day's agenda tomorrow. So again, free pancake breakfast. But tonight is the dinner and the gala. So please go to see the ladies just outside the door, and they will provide you with the information on the gala tonight, which will be in the other half of the convention center, just to the north of us. I believe it's on a top floor there, the planned gala. I know. You're teaching people well. Good afternoon. It is 1:15, and as I had indicated when we took our lunch break that we would begin again at 1:15. Our guest for our first presentation this afternoon is with us, and I know that a couple of elders are sneaking out. Please stand up and take a look. Look at them. Dave Jr., Mary, Florence, and our Lord, Elder Darcy Linklater, has insisted that his words be repeated verbatim. And I can't remember them, so I can't repeat them now. You'll have to speak them yourself. Again, a reminder, please, if you can, to join your colleagues and friends and extended family at the meeting, at the gathering this evening, the gala fundraiser, and a portion of the funds are redirected to Families First Foundation for supporting and assisting the families of missing and murdered women and children. Also, please join us at the pancake breakfast tomorrow morning at 7:30. All it requires is for you to set your alarm for 6:30 and be there on time. So come on down and join us, and then I will insist you leave from there at 20 after 9 to be back here for 9:30 so we can begin our morning session here tomorrow morning on time. So join us for food tonight, food tomorrow morning, food right now at this lunchtime, because you're not going to get fed tomorrow at noon. It is our way, as we know, that when we get together, we always have food. Always. Food and water. Water first and food. Or tea and food. Now joining us, and I am looking to, is Grand Chief coming back? Do you know? Is he here? Okay. I was going to invite him up to introduce our guest. If he is out and about in the hallway. You know, we all know that, and I'm grateful for the gentleman who came up here and spoke about hunting. Our friend and elder and colleague from Northwest Territories, Francois Pette, as well as the young man, Ernie Comanus Jr., who stood here and talked about going and hunting and helping people. I want to share with you that our grandson, our youngest grandson, has been hunting with my brother, his grandfather, since he was 4 years old. He is now 12. And night before last, they were out hunting, and Big Buck presented himself to him and gave up his life for him. So today they are cutting up the buck, and he has asked his father he has told his father that he wants to share it and deliver it to the people in the community who need it. So I'm very, very proud of my grandson. He's 12 years old. And he had his first kill when he was 10. And he supports our family. He provides all of the meat that we require for our Sundance. Moose, deer, some elk, rabbit, geese, and ducks. And that is his role that he has been provided by our head cook, who is my youngest sister, and he fulfills that role every year as a young man of 12 years of age, and he's been doing that since he was 10. So we're very proud of him, and that's part of of teaching him as an entire family, my brother, my sisters, about the importance of supporting not only your Teoshpai, your extended family, but also the community as a whole, the nation as a whole, and giving back through ceremony. And that is what was talked about here this morning by everyone that has spoken. The importance of going back to those ways. Because within those ways, within our language, within our own languages, lies all of what we need to know about how we should live our lives. About how we are interconnected. About how we are related to each other, not only within our tribes, but intertribally. And as well as how to conduct ourselves. One of the most important things, and I'm filling in time here while I wait for Grand Chief, one of the most important things taught to us as young people and as young children was that our primary responsibility is to be a good relative, meaning a good sister, a good mother, grandmother, auntie, cousin, whatever relationship it is you have with anybody. Because that is what people will remember you for, first and foremost. And so we all need to strive to be a good relative. This young man who has been our Grand Chief for almost 6 years now, and I had the opportunity to work with him and work with his office as the Executive Director of the Assembly of Manitoba Chiefs. I respect him and I respect his words and I respect the fact that he takes direction from elders, because this young man is the same age as my eldest child, who is my only son. And I think about that often when I hear him speak, and the fact that he has taken the traditional path about what leadership means. These are words I have shared with many young people, young men and women who have been chosen or selected as chiefs, elected as chiefs, that you were not elected or chosen by your people to be a politician. You were chosen by your people to be a leader. Two entirely different concepts. So I'd like to introduce Grand Chief again and ask him to come up here, Grand Chief Derek Nipanak, to introduce our guest speaker for the beginning of this afternoon.
Thank you. Yes. Miigwech, I want to apologize for the brief delay in getting this afternoon's agenda started. I had to take a few minutes to eat after arguing on a national CBC radio about this Line 3 replacement project. The host was trying to tell Canadians that this isn't an expansion project for the Line 3 replacement, and I had to reassure her that it is an expansion project because of the introduction of the bitumen tar sands into the new pipe. So we have to duel in narrative sometimes. There's messages coming out from media that are not consistent with what the projects are on the ground sometimes. And that's part of my responsibility, and I share that responsibility with other leaders who step up to talk about these things, to provide informed dialogue about what's going on. And to that end, I'm honored to have the opportunity this afternoon to introduce a speaker who is with us this afternoon, recognizing that if solutions are going to come forward, they're going to come forward amongst us as neighbors living in the same space. The province of Manitoba obviously has a position on climate change and the environment. They're just as much involved in this discussion and every bit as concerned about the future of our environment and climate change as we are as Indigenous people. And to that end, I know that they're here to share an important message with us from Minister Kathy Cox, the Minister of Sustainable Development. If you could please join us, Minister. Round of applause, please, for Minister Cox.
Miigwech. And thank you, everybody, for providing me the opportunity to be here this afternoon and speak to you with regard to climate change and the importance of inclusion as we work together on a Made in Manitoba Climate Action Plan. So I'd like to bring greetings today on behalf of our Premier, Brian Pallister, and my colleagues at the Legislature, and I am proud to acknowledge that this important conference is taking place on Treaty 1 territory. I also congratulate the Assembly of Manitoba Chiefs for hosting this assembly on such an important and pressing issue. And unfortunately, we can't control the weather, so it's too bad that more individuals couldn't come and take part in this important conference. But I know that you'll be able to pass on my message to those individuals today. Climate change is real. Its impact are all around us in changes to weather patterns, in storms of increased severity, and in the increased frequency of significant flooding and forest fires. The consequences of climate change are being felt by all Manitobans, but we know that these consequences are more severe for northern Manitoba and for Indigenous communities throughout the north. That is in large part because many structures in northern Manitoba are built on permafrost, and our winter road system is increasingly vulnerable to rising temperatures. This is impacting communities that depend on winter roads for food and other supplies. Since 2001, Manitoba has extended the winter road season by relocating ice roads and building bridges over some river crossings, but we are in a race against rising temperatures. Many of Manitobans' Indigenous communities rely on subsistence activities such as hunting, fishing, trapping, and gathering. And we are already seeing the impact that rising temperatures are having on access to reserve lands and traditional territories, including trap lines, hunting grounds, and fishing areas. Some predict we could see declines in the availability of moose, caribou, fish, and wild rice. If that happens, it will increase dependence on expensive imported items that are often shipped via winter roads. We assume winter roads will be there. However, what if they aren't? As leaders in our communities, Manitobans are looking to us for solutions and for leadership. They want to know what we are going to do to mitigate the impact of climate change. They're asking what steps we are taking to prepare for its impact. And the government of Manitoba wants to work together with all of you here today, and we are committed to reducing greenhouse gas emissions and adapting to the impacts of climate change through the development of a new Made in Manitoba Climate Action Plan. And this plan will advance our province further along a low-carbon, sustainable pathway, a plan that will build on our clean energy footprint and foster more innovation in energy efficiency, clean renewable energy, electric transportation, sustainable agriculture, and adaptive management. And a plan that creates jobs and prosperity for Manitobans in this economic opportunity. The leadership played by the AMC in both hosting this conference and proposing practical solutions is a valuable contribution to the mitigation of climate change. We recognize the important role that Indigenous peoples play in promoting responsible environmental stewardship. It will enhance the awareness and understanding among Indigenous organizations of the climate change issue and of the need for Indigenous communities to be involved in the response. Indigenous peoples hunted, trapped, and fished throughout Manitoba for countless generations. They adapted to changes in the climate in the past, and our strategies to address climate change today can benefit from listening to and incorporating existing traditional knowledge and practices. Indeed, Indigenous communities are joining the clean energy economy, generating revenue in a manner consistent with their cultural and environmental values. There are more than 300 Indigenous clean energy products in more than 190 communities across Canada, including right here in Manitoba. Founded just 4 years ago, Aki Energy has installed over 8 million in geothermal and solar thermal energy in 4 Manitoba First Nation communities. These communities are now saving approximately $1 million in utility costs annually. It is an accomplishment Aki Energy should be tremendously proud of, as it lights the path to a cleaner, greener, and more prosperous future. It also shows that there is much more that we can do and accomplish by working together at the community level to confront the issue of climate change, by working in a spirit of respect, partnership, and collaboration. Our government's climate action plan will also include carbon pricing, with the objective of reducing emissions and stimulating investment in clean energy technology. In a world where carbon pricing is becoming the norm rather than the exception, Manitoba is well positioned to attract new investment and businesses, seeking to reduce their carbon exposure. At just last week's throne speech, the government reiterated its commitment to developing a Made in Manitoba climate change plan and carbon pricing plan. Our carbon pricing strategy will be realistic, measured, and evidence-based. It will encourage businesses, consumers, and industry to seek the lowest cost pathway to reduce emissions. We want to get carbon pricing right, and your knowledge and your advice will help ensure that we do that. Carbon pricing will be an important component of our climate action plan, but not the only component. Our strategy will also include land use and conservation measures that reduce emissions and sequester carbon, protecting existing wetlands and restoring previously drained wetlands, changes to building codes and other measures in order to reduce emissions from buildings, and also encouraging the adoption of fuel-saving innovations within our transportation sector. As you know, the financial challenges facing our government are enormous and have been years in the making. So too are the enormous challenges facing our environment and the economy in dealing with climate change. Our government is not intimidated by the enormity of the task before us because we trust Manitobans. We know how strong we are and how strong all of us are together, and we know how committed we are to the families, to our communities, and to our province. We will respond to challenges the way Manitobans have always responded, with practical solutions based on shared values of hard work and partnership. We know that the only thing better than today in Manitoba is tomorrow in Manitoba, and that tomorrow is both cleaner and greener. It is a commitment of our government. It is a commitment that our government has made, and by working in partnership with the Assembly of Manitoba Chiefs, it is a commitment we fully intend to keep. We seek your input. We want to hear your suggestions for our Made in Manitoba Climate Action Plan, and we are ready to engage further and more deeply with you, and I'd like to know how we can do this best together. The first Ministers' meeting on clean growth and climate change is a first step in a national process. We then need to get down to work here in Manitoba to forge our plan on our path based on our needs and our realities. Let's give all Manitobans the bright future they deserve. Let's work together to minimize the impact of climate change, to protect Indigenous communities, and to preserve their traditions. And let's make our province a world leader in the production of renewable energy and green technology. Let's make Manitoba the province that shows you can build a strong economy and still be environmentally responsible. With your help, we can do all of this and more. And with your help, we will do it. Again, thank you so much for providing me the opportunity to be here this afternoon. And I look forward to working together with all of you on this important climate change plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. I believe Grand Chief has a presentation to make to you. I believe you have to declare that gift, but we advise you hang it in your office.
The last First Ministers meeting we actually attended in Vancouver was as part of the Manitoba delegation, you know, at the extension of an invitation from former Premier Pallister, and we do hope that, or sorry, former Premier Selinger. And we do hope that going forward, when we put issues of climate change forward and we ask leaders to come together, that we do receive the same reciprocal type of respect and get an invitation to those appropriate meetings. So we appreciate you being here today, and on behalf of the Assembly, I'd like to offer a small token of our appreciation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Cox. Thank you very much again to Minister Cox and her staff that are here. We now will move into a presentation by Jess Cardinal, Keepers of the Water, who will speak about the tar sands impact areas. So if I could have Jess Cardinal, okay. Yes, we do. I'll provide a glass of water for you.
Hi. I'll just introduce myself first off. Tanse Jesse Cardinal Natsigasun, Kikino Iochian. Niso Nito Tansen Egua Peak Nikosis Egua Niso Itiowak. So I have 2 daughters and 1 son. Twins. They'll be a year December 31st. I'm from Kikino Métis Settlement. Who knows where Kikino Métis Settlement is? Raise your hand. What? You guys don't know where that is? Kikino Métis Settlement. Kikino is a Cree word. It means our home. It's in northern Alberta. So that's where I come from. So I just want to give a couple shout outs before I start my presentation. I'd like to thank Grand Chief Derek Nepanak for inviting me. I have a lot of respect for Derek. I don't usually like traveling or flying too far, but for him I will. I worked with Keepers of the Athabasca. They're based out of Alberta for about 5 or 6 years. I was doing a lot of work in my own community before that. But while working with Keepers of the Athabasca, I got to meet Derek, and he really is a dedicated leader. When a couple of examples I can think of is La Loche, when the trappers were setting up a roadblock to keep industry out of their traditional area. Derek was one of the chiefs that came there when they really needed their morale lifted and to know that they were supported by people outside of the area. When Lubicon banned in northern Alberta, despite the politics or whatever was going on, again, in regards to traditional lands and protecting traditional lands, Derek was there. And he also came to the Healing Walk. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of the Tar Sands Healing Walk. That's something I help organize, and Derek came to that as well. So I just thankful for his continued support in all of this work. Another couple shout outs. I want to give a shout out to Francois Paulette. He's also at a lot of these events and always speaking up for the water. It was really resonated with me what that young man said about you're always a warrior, you know, till you're in the ground. And Francois reminds me of that. you know, like, and seeing our elders still up here on the front lines, regardless of where we're at in this day and age, they're still always leading us, and they give us our strength. And Chantal Cardinal, she's my neighbor. She's from Goodfish Lake, and so she comes from northern Alberta as well. I didn't expect to see her here, so I just want to acknowledge her as well. So I'm going to start my presentation. And a shout out to all the online listeners. It says there's 1.5 viewers. Just kidding. Yeah. Just bear with me, my laptop. Don't ever put your laptop in your luggage bag. It will probably get broken. So I still have my screen. Okay, so you can bring up the PowerPoint presentation, please. So I was asked to talk, like I said, well, what do you want me to talk about? So this is an Indigenous perspective on climate change. I left Keepers of the Athabasca at the end of August, and I'm going to school taking the Cree language program at Blue Quills, and also I have twins. So it's kind of I'm going to be telling a story like Francois. So I've been consulting with elders trying to work on Cree translations, because obviously there's no translation for climate change. And so I talked to the elder, and it's Miskwa Chipayin Aski Kisi Wipak. The world is changing, and the weather. So that would be a Cree translation to climate change. Next slide, please. So climate change is diverse, and it means different things to different people, depending on who you talk to. If you talk to Francois Paulette, climate change, he was telling us about it, you know, that the river is not even frozen yet. If you talk to an oil company, they're going to define climate change as something different. So it's really depending on who you talk to. This is back home. This is one of the actions I did in my own community, a gravel pit. Behind that is the pines. That's where we've gone blueberry picking ever since I was a kid. And we also have our church summer camp there. And so they were just proceeding on into the bush, and I went out there one day. I got permission from one of my aunties to go, and I went out there and I just started setting up signs. And I actually stood in front of the operator with a sign, just me and my niece and my daughter, but I took pictures of it. And word got around, of course, and because I had the support of the elders, they stopped at our traditional, like where we hold our Bible camp. So sometimes even one person can make a difference. Next slide, please. So in talking about climate change is diverse, and I was listening to that minister from Manitoba just speak that they're going to be creating a climate action plan. Part of who I work with is a coalition called Indigenous Action on Climate. And Ariel Duranje, some of you guys might have heard from her. She's from ACFN, Fort Chip. She's done a lot of work in environmental, protecting the environment. She helped start Indigenous Action on Climate, and I was helping that as well. Basically what it is, you know, when this minister says we're going to be making a climate plan, we know people want us to fix it. Well, that's not necessarily true, in that it's all their responsibility. It's our responsibility too. So how we might deal with climate change might not be the same way the government of Manitoba decides to deal with climate change. What they think is important to spend money on climate change might not be the same thing as what you think is important, where the money needs to go to work on climate change. So Indigenous Action on Climate is, you know, yes, we want to learn what these governments are doing. We wanna understand their policies, but that's just a piece of it. Because it's getting old trying to play catch up all the time. Oh, there's a new policy out. How much money? You know, like, and we're always playing catch up with the government, and it's always this one-sided relationship. Part of the work Indigenous Action on Climate is trying to do is, we're gonna tell the government of Manitoba, we're gonna tell the government of Alberta, this is what climate change is to us. This is how we wanna deal with climate change. This is the money that we're gonna need from your pot there to deal with climate change. So we've worked with people. We had a gathering in January 26. We had Francois Paulette, all these people you guys have heard speaking, Ruben George, Derek, Grand Chief Nepanak was there. We had people from all across the Canada, United States, Northwest Territories to come together to say, what is climate change to you? What do you know about climate change? Do you even use that word in your community? You know, we're all at different levels. Some people know what climate change is, some people don't. And, you know, Indigenous Action on Climate, we're bringing some of our best people forward. Some of our Indigenous people, they're really educated on the science stuff, GHG, carbon tax, all that stuff. Some of us don't know what that even means, nor do we really, to be honest, do we care. But, you know, and then we're bringing our traditional people that, you know, they know the hunting seasons, they know the changes in the land. Together, combined, we're presenting, this is Indigenous Action on Climate. It's diverse. So that'll be continuing, that work will be continuing. It's open for people to join that. We're going to be having another meeting again in January, actually here in Manitoba, to be talking about that work. But if you go to this website, we did a final report of that first gathering. You can have a look at that report. I think there was going to be a table set up here somewhere too. I don't know if they did set it up. Next slide, please. So again, Miskwa Chipayen Aski. The world is changing. Aski is the earth. These are some of my family, and I just think of how the world has changed so much from when they were here. The only ones that are left are the two women at the bottom, my cookums. Next slide, please. So I found it so interesting. Elder Francois Paulette, he gave us the Dene translation of pollution in Dene. And I did the same thing in my slide, of course, consulting with the elders. Pichipowin is poison. So there's no actual Cree word pollution, it's poison. Again, talking about what people consider fighting climate change, BC government is bragging at this time today to say that they have put $20 million to fight climate change into clean LNG. LNG is fracking. LNG is natural gas and it's supposed to be clean. There is no such thing as clean fracking. So to say that they've spent $20 million to fight climate change, that's a false statement. That's an example of poison. Fracking is it's just a cocktail of chemicals that you're putting into the ground to get the gas out. There's actually no set, what would you call it, recipe that a company can pick and choose their recipe, what they want to use for fracking. And there's very little regulations around that. And that's what they say is causing earthquakes. There is documented earthquakes in Alberta. And they say that fracking's causing that. And of course, Pichipewin, poisoning the water underground. Next slide, please. Pichipewin, tar sands. So this picture, I always like to show this picture. That's the Athabasca River, that river you see flowing. That's the Athabasca River. Beside it is the tar sands. And if you look at those little squares of what looks like water, that is toxic tailings ponds. So if anything lands on that or drinks it, they die. Look at how close that toxic tailings pond is to the Athabasca River. And yet these companies claim that they are not polluting the water. It's just, the picture says it all. Next slide, please. And this is just a view from space of the tar sands. And again, you can see the river and how it flows. And those other blue things are toxic tailings ponds. And what I find so interesting is how that toxic tailings ponds look so much like water. So if you're a bird flying, you know, because lots of birds have died on these toxic tailings ponds, how are you going to tell? Next slide. So this first picture I took just to really illustrate this point. This first picture I took is, I went to Montana, and this was on the way, that's water. And you could see the reflection on that water. And the next one is up in Fort McMurray, north of Fort McMurray. That's a toxic tailings pond. And it's estimated that 200,000 birds land on the tar sands tailings ponds each year, with an estimated 5,000 deaths occurring annually. To me, that's a way low number. I don't think that's a real number. I think it's way higher than that. This number could be even higher, as birds soaked in bitumen could sink to the bottom of a tailings pond before, and they can't be detected. I got this from Eco Justice website. They do a lot of work on the birds, and there was even one World Wildlife. They said that there was millions of birds that migrate up north, and birds will always come back to the same place. I live around water. We're in wetlands in northern Alberta. And I always think of that. Like, I think, okay, so these geese, like, I just have so much respect for the geese, seeseeps, niskaks, the ducks. They come here, to, like, say, Kikino, for example, to that same pond every year. And they're such good parents, right? Like, they have their young, they nurture them, they teach them how to fly. And in fall, I get a little bit emotional because, it's like you watch them fly and they're getting ready to go. Where are they going? I don't know. Will they come back? I hope so. And I do my best to protect the water around the area I live. But as people might say the word industrialization or climate change, as we are clearing land, we are draining water. We are draining the home for those ducks and geese. So how does a duck feel? What does a goose feel like when you come flying and you're coming home and your home's not there? I wonder about that. Next slide, please. So this is just, again, tar sands. the governments claim that they can reclaim this land. These oil companies get applications approved based on that. They say when they're done their operation, they're going to reclaim this land. So as if it's going to be how it was before they got there. Nothing will ever be reclaimed here. Everything is dead. And the tar sands is one of the largest industrial projects on the planet. So they say from space you could just see this big, disaster, desecration to the land that they're causing. That's not going to be fixed. So when you see people out on the front lines bearing their hearts to try and protect it, this is what they're trying to save their own communities from. The people in Standing Rock, a lot of them have been to Fort McMurray when we hosted our healing walk. They see what could happen. Next slide, please. It's important to look at the things causing climate change. So I shared this slide with Ariel Duranje. I said, hey Ariel, have you ever used swearing in your PowerPoints? She's like, I know I've sworn in presentations, but I never used swearing in a PowerPoint. So I took the swearing out. Probably not too professional or respectful, but so these are just some examples of what's causing climate change. Coal burning, and that's been proven to be one of the dirtiest emissions ever. Burning fossil fuels like this gas, oil, all that kind of stuff. Deforestation, cities, big industrial processes like diamond mining, and this is where I took out the swearing, messing with the periodic table. So science is always pushing themselves. What could we create? Has it been worth it? I don't know. We're all benefiting from science, but is it worth it? Next slide, please. So over these past couple days, you guys have heard a lot of what are the problems, what's happening in the world. We need to hear that. We need to continue being out there in the front lines and being aware of what's happening. We need to have our eyes open. We need to be awake. We need to see these things. We need to listen to people like Francois Pette and David Suzuki. As gloomy as it seems, that's reality. We need to know what's going on. However, we also need to talk about what are the solutions? Where do we go from here? And working with Keepers of the Athabasca, I was really quick into my work when I realized I can't sit in a room anymore and just talk about what's wrong in the world. It's depressing, and that's not who we are. We need to talk about solutions too. So Keepers of the Athabasca really supported that. It's yes, that there's issues. What are we going to do about it? So where do we go from here? Next slide, please. So reconciliation, that's a big word. I'm starting to research it. It has a lot of definitions. Here are some of the words of reconciliation that I got from the Truth and Reconciliation website. Reconciliation requires that a new vision based on commitment to mutual respect be developed. It calls for federal, provincial, and territorial government action. It calls for national action. The way we govern ourselves must change. Laws must change. Policies and programs must change. The way we educate our children and ourselves must change. The way we do business must change. Next slide. Thinking must change. The way we talk about each other, that must change. All Canadians must make a firm and lasting commitment to reconciliation to ensure that Canada is a country where our children and grandchildren can thrive. So the Truth and Reconciliation report, it's a 535-page report. There's 94 recommendations in it. So this is something that the government of Canada has committed to honoring. One of the worst prime ministers in history even said so himself.
Stephen Harper. He said that they're going to honor reconciliation. So I'm really questioning, what is reconciliation? And again, I went to the elders. There's no Cree word for reconciliation. So I looked, a little bit on Truth and Reconciliation website and different dictionaries. It's to fix things, to make things right, to renew. That is some of the English translation for what reconciliation is. Next slide, please. So I talked with some elders, starting to have these conversations. What does reconciliation mean? This is the translation I was given. Kawi kweask weastawina mioiti toik. It's to turn back, to fix it, to set it in place, to get along. And when you read that report, it like the Senator Murray Sinclair, he's done a lot of work on that. They visited all the residential school survivors. It's a broad word. Every one of you in this room can decide what reconciliation means to you. So what does that have to do with climate change? Reconciliation. Well, to me, that's a solution forward, is calling on the Government of Canada to honor reconciliation. So in my next few slides, what I'm going to be showing you are examples from an Indigenous worldview. What is reconciliation? Next slide, please. So the first example of reconciliation is, this is the Blue Quills Residential School. My mushum went there. That one was built in the 1920s. You can see the original old building. They added on the gym there. That building in the back is a new trades building. That's where I'm going to school now to learn the Cree language, Nahiawewin. So an example of reconciliation, it's been going on for forever, but 1970 is when the bands, the First Nations around Blue Quills, Saddle Lake, Frog Lake, Kahiwin, Good Fish Lake, Heart Lake, they all came together because by then, like killing kids and all that kind of stuff, like, sorry, excuse my language, but genocide was tapering off. But the school was still being run by white people, white education. And in the 1970s, the elders from these communities said, we want to educate our own people in our own way. And some people, and I'm sharing this story as it was shared to me. And some of the people were doubtful. Like some of the Native people were doubtful from the communities because it had been ingrained in them that that all they could do is fail. But Creator was stronger than that. And so they said, well, how, we don't know about this. The leaders that were part of this takeover said, how could we do any worse than what's already been done? The people have walked out of here with less than a grade 8 crappy education at the very best. How could we do any worse? So they all rallied together and they did a sit-in in the 70s, and they took over the school and they took over the land. So that's actually reserve land now. So today, this school is an example of reconciliation. They have the Cree language program. It's flourishing. It's in its 6th year. Every year, the attendance is increasing. The enrollment is increasing. You walk through those halls now, you hear drumming, you hear singing, you smell sage everywhere. I took my little girl to school because often as students we'll take our kids to class, and she says, Mom, what's that smell? Because I don't burn sage often in my home. I did when she was a bit younger, but it's everywhere. The smell is everywhere. They hold cultural camps. We're learning syllabics. Just everything that was, they tried to take away, they're bringing it back now. It's just amazing. It really is amazing. To me, that's an example of reconciliation. And why I show this is because I think it's important for all of us from Manitoba, like in our own communities, language is key. Since I grew up around Cree, in Kikino all the elders spoke Cree. They're all starting to pass away now. So of course my mom and them, they don't speak Cree. The younger generation, they're not around Cree. But I tell them when I go and do presentations, don't use that as an excuse not to learn your language. You know, there's people that are in their 40s, they've never been around the language because they were adopted out. There's a young man who I'm going to school with, he's 28 years old. He got adopted out as a baby. He grew up with a white family. He's there learning his language and his culture. So it's never too late, and we're just going to get stronger in it. Blue Quills is a testament to that, and I encourage all the leaders that are here listening today, make language the #1 priority. Use the elders while we have them to teach the younger kids. All of our instructors at Blue Quills are they're all residential school survivors, but they've kept their language and they're teaching us the language. They're so passionate, and it's just so powerful to learn from people who have gone through the things that they've gone through, and here they are determined to teach us the language. Next slide, please. Another example of reconciliation. The first slide is my dad in his garden. The second slide is Wolverine. I never got a chance to meet Wolverine. I was going to go 2015 and I was pregnant with the twins and I wanted to go help him garden, and he ended up passing away in 2015. Growing our own food on our land and being able to sell it. We're at the place where we can grow our own food on our land. We need to take that one step further of where we're able to go out and sell our own food. We're able to have our own commerce. That's reconciliation. The government wants to honor reconciliation. Don't get in the way then. My dad taught me a lesson about gardening because I'm starting to get back into growing my own food, canning. And because we always grew up with gardens. So I borrowed his garden the first year I did a garden. I went and planted a few rows. And this was, I don't know, about 5 years ago. And he would remind me, Jess, you got to go weed your garden. And I was thinking, well, he'll weed it. You know, he's always out there. He never weeded my garden. He never weeded my potatoes. So his were like, you know, how potatoes are supposed to look like. I couldn't even see my potatoes because the weeds overtook them. And he taught me a lesson that gardens are work. You have to work hard. And no one's going to do that work for you. So that was a good lesson because now I grow my own garden. I know what I'm in for when I plant my garden. They are a lot of work. And now I have my own garden at my place. And Wolverine, when I do my gardening, I often think of Wolverine. I never met the man, but he inspired me so much. Just a little bit of history about him. He was part of the 1995 Gustafson Lake standoff. That's in BC, and it was a small group of First Nation people, and they were trying to defend the land from an oil company in 1995. And they were doing a Sundance ceremonies out there. Anyway, as they start to come out of Gustafson Lake, the military, because by then, the oil company, because it was about over oil, the governments or whoever, there was military there was police there. When these elders, and Wolverine was one of them, start to come out of this area, because they had been advised by elders, okay, it's time to leave. They were met with military and police. And what I've read is that there was 7,000 shots fired at these people. A small group of people, like 10 to 15 people. 7,000 rounds of ammunition fired at them, and not one person died. And they were holding a Sundance ceremony at the time. He was in his 60s, I think, when that happened. And he ended up serving 8 years in jail. He's 84 in that picture, gardening. That's his garden. He used to plant huge potato garden. And in the last years of his life, you know, young activists and environmentalists, they would go out and help him garden. But I often think of him when I garden, just how it's a lot of work. Plant a garden, you'll see. And I'm not one of these like trying to be white people coming, go plant a garden. Do it how you want to do it, but you'll see. We got to start growing our own food. I said, I'm going to become like Clarence Louis. You know, Clarence Louis, he'll say, go out and get a job. And I'm like, go out and plant a garden. So kind of offensive to some people, but that's a message that I believe in. So that's another example of reconciliation. And for us, if you guys have land and you have your leadership, support that. Support community gardening. Crystal Lehman, she's doing amazing work in northern Alberta and Beaver Lake. They planted hundreds of fruit trees just this year. That is going to be enough fruit once it starts growing to feed their community and more. So we need to start looking at the things of, you know, where is good places to grow gardens? What is needed? What are the tools? And how do we store our food to last us till next harvest? So a combination of this kind of gardening and traditional harvesting is key to fighting climate change. Because the more we get out there on the land harvesting the food, the medicines, that kind of thing, you're going to realize how important the land is. And I'm talking to all you already know. It's our younger generation. We need to get out there. Next slide, please. I put this slide up last minute. Melina Labakan, she was supposed to come. She couldn't make it. She has done amazing work in Lubicon. She put up a whole solar installation. So I wasn't going to talk on solar energy. This is in Fort Chip. When I worked with Keepers of the Athabasca, we did a pilot project, solar energy project. That's a solution. We're starting to learn more about it. It's not the only solution. It's a solution to not using coal to give us electricity. The other one is hemp. Hemp is becoming more legal in Canada. Hemp is not marijuana. If you smoke that whole field, you won't get high. Hemp, they're saying, is like the next super medicine. But the funny thing is, hemp was around a long time ago and used. And of course, the government put restriction on it, just like tobacco. Hemp, let me get to my hemp slide so I can give you a little bit of info on hemp. Anyway, hemp, you can build hemp houses. Hemp has a growing life of about 5 months to maturity. You can make toilet paper out of hemp. So here we are cutting down whole forests of trees that take anywhere from 25 to over 100 years to grow for toilet paper when we could be using hemp. You can use hemp for clothing, and you can use hemp for food. If you go to the grocery store, actually you guys have Manitoba Harvest here, so you guys would have a lot of hemp food products. If you go to your grocery store, pay attention next time to the different food sections. There's gonna be hemp seeds, hemp protein. It's becoming more popular. That's something that maybe nations here can look at growing for economy as well. Next slide, please. I'm almost done. This is another example of reconciliation. So the Buffalo Treaty. How many of you guys have heard of the Buffalo Treaty? Okay, so the Buffalo Treaty, it happened down in southern Alberta. This is actually, oh hey, this is actually pretty significant. So the Buffalo Treaty, you guys can Google it, look it up. It's really really significant. It's organized by Dr. Leroy Littlebear, and he said that the treaty is a multifaceted and includes issues about health, environment, education, research, and culture. It commits the First Nations and tribes to ongoing dialogue on buffalo conservation, introducing buffalo to the Great Plains, and strengthening and renewing ancient cultural and spiritual relationships with buffalo and grasslands. So there was, I don't have the number of tribes here that signed on to it, but there's tribes from the United States and Canada. They signed a treaty, and it's the Buffalo Treaty. And basically what the Buffalo Treaty is a commitment to bring buffalo back to the landscape. And what that means. How that is significant for protecting our land is buffalo need to be able to live in a certain kind of environment. So what these tribes are doing is not only committing to bring buffalo back to the landscape, but offering the home that's going to be right for the buffalo to live. So in essence, they're committing to protecting land. That's reconciliation. That's climate change. When I told one of the elders my presentation, I said, it's simple, yet it's complex. Because these are all things that have all been done, but we're all taken away. You know, like, yeah, we have science that we can lean on to help fight climate change, but it's a combination of things. It's things like standing behind our leaders that are saying no to pipelines, utilizing this science like this solar energy, but also honoring ourselves and honoring our elders and our knowledge of what the way we used to live was the right way. So when I talk about reconciliation, like to fix it, to make it right, it is partly about going into the past and using the things that we used to do. That's what's going to fight climate change. There's no fancy new scientific solution that's going to answer all of this. It's in our room and it's with our elders. Last slide. And this is just another picture of the signing of the Buffalo Treaty. The next slide. So you guys have heard about the Treaty Alliance. As I understand, the Chiefs of Manitoba have recently signed on to this Treaty Alliance, which is a commitment to stop the expansion of the tar sands. But it's more than that. When we had our Indigenous Action on Climate gathering, Chief Tony Alexis, he said something that stuck with me. He said that the nations need to unite and get behind something that they can all agree upon. And the Treaty Alliance, that's happening, where the nations are getting together and agreeing upon something. But it's not just saying no, you know. What the Treaty Alliance is doing is protecting land. But to me, what needs to happen is we need to take this Treaty Alliance one step further and define protected areas all across Turtle Island, all across these provinces, all across Canada. Define protected areas, because right now we're in a gridlock. And what that gridlock is Crown land and traditional lands. It's the same piece of land. So the crown, it's called crown land. The traditional land, it's that same piece of land. The nations call it, these are my traditional territories. Well, right now, these colonial governments are the ones governing this crown land. They're in charge of this crown land. And what they're doing is they're leasing it out like crazy, and they're forever altering it, like how we've seen in the tar sands. So how can you have both? You know, how can you have desecrated land and traditional land? You cannot. So what we need is our leaders to stand up in Manitoba, in Alberta, all across, and say, talk on co-management. Clearly place out, this is Fishing Lake, this is a Métis settlement in Kikino. Protect areas of land. And when I say protected, Alberta has what they call protected areas. But in their protected areas, they also have policies where you can have recreation use. And Alberta is, how do you say, they're promoting recreation use. So in these protected areas where our wildlife and everything is supposed to thrive and flourish, they're also saying, oh, all you oil sands workers, when you guys are on your weekends off, come to these protected areas because this is where you can have your ATV fun. Well, that's destroying our land. The ATV culture has gotten out of hand. It's destroying our land. It's destroying our where our animals live. So we need to define what a protected area is to really make it a protected area, a truly protected area where our animals can live and flourish and reproduce, where our hunters, because it's revitalizing hunting, fishing, trapping. In my own community, we have more men interested in moose hunting, deer hunting, fishing, trapping. What's going to be left for them if we don't have our leaders stand up and come to these colonial governments and say, we want these areas protected and truly protected? And then we have a co-management agreement with these governments where they say, we'll manage this land together. We'll take care of this land together. Let's, how are we going to monitor it to make sure that it's protected? Because right now the government's idea of monitoring is in the oil sands, watching it happen, monitoring. But they're not doing anything if they see something going wrong. They don't change it. That's monitoring. No, I'm not talking about that kind of monitoring. I'm talking about if you see something going wrong in that protected area, you stop it immediately so that area stays forever protected. To me, that's one of our last only hopes for our wildlife that Elder Francois Pette talks so dearly about. It's close to our hearts, these animals. And I eat moose meat all the time. I'm thankful my partner, he's a good hunter. So I understand that. So that's it. We need to support our leaders to lead us in the right way. Last slide, please. So I just need to thank the elders that I worked with that helped me put together my thoughts on this. Is Marge Memnock White, Elder Marge Memnock White, Elder Mary Cardinal Collins, Elder Angie Breton, and Elder Carl Quinn, and Musham Google for the pictures and research, and Keepers of the Water. So I want to thank you all for taking the time to listen. I have to leave shortly after. I have a flight to catch, but if you guys want to keep in touch with me or you want to discuss these thoughts further, I'd be more than happy to do that. And I also want to give a shout out to Kayla. Thank you for organizing all of us and getting us here. Thanks, Kayla. She also told me she had twins, so that's so cool. But thank you, everybody. Hi.
This morning I had mentioned the need for us to look to examples on the ground of where real resurgence and decolonization is happening. And we're reminded from our elders who addressed us this morning that we have to stop chasing governments to try and find legitimacy in their processes. And I agree with that wholeheartedly. I've looked across the country to see who's leading the discussion about climate change and what we need to do to protect our ancestral lands. And I responded to the call from the Indigenous Climate Action Network earlier this year to come to a meeting in Edmonton to talk about what this all means to us. It wasn't a government-sponsored meeting. You know, it wasn't sponsored by government for us to come together. It was a group of strong people in the tar sands impact area coming together and saying we need to build our own solution. And I believe that is what decolonization is. That's where our strength is outside of those government processes. And it's people like Jesse Cardinal, Crystal Lehman, Errol DeRanger, Melina Labucan-Massimo, and people like Clayton Thomas Mueller, who presented to you yesterday, who are leading this forward for us. We need to pay attention to this because this is where we're headed. It's about reconnecting to the land in a positive and a powerful way. And I think that's what the message that Jessie shared with us today was. So I'm very, very grateful that she took time out of her schedule to be here and to share such a vitally important message with all of you. So on behalf of the Assembly of Manitoba Chiefs, Jessie, please accept this small token of our appreciation. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Oh, yes. That's maybe why I was acting up.
Thank you, Jessie. Multitasking mother. Like many other multitasking moms and dads, it's a fine balance between fulfilling your commitments as a parent and doing that which your heart directs you to do, which is to help in the protection of our Mother Earth and doing what we can and contributing in the best way that we know how. We're going to move on to the downstream impacts on water from tar sands. And I know Elder Francois Paulette spoke about that briefly earlier, but he's back on again. He said he has more to talk about and share. So we're going to invite him back up here again to speak to us about the impacts from the tar sands.
Salutina. I want to thank the organizers in coming into this territory in Treaty 1. I wanted to first I wanted to say there are transboundary agreements. In the West, there are British Columbia, Alberta, Saskatchewan, the Yukon, and the Northwest Territories. The territorial government has recently passed a resolution and recognizing that water is a human right. The Trans-Canada Agreement, or the Transboundary Agreement, with these 5 provinces, there's also a seat for every Indigenous First Nation on this agreement. The problem is that these 5 First Nations, they don't really sit together as a nation. So their voice is not strong. I was asked not too long ago to sit on this committee for the Alberta government. And the Minister of Environment there, I forget his name, he wanted me to be on the committee. My last question to him was, who am I to report to? He says, me. I had an issue with that. If I'm going to be sitting there with 4 First Nations, I would like to report to the chiefs. Because of that, I decided not to be part of that. And to come to think about it, maybe I should have. And maybe I could have organized these 5 First Nations to sit together. BC and the First Nations, they don't have an agreement. They don't have a water agreement. So, right now the BC dictates on the issues of water. So, for example, Site C in British Columbia, the Treaty 8 don't really have a voice because there is no agreement on water. When we were in British Columbia at Fort St. John about 3 weeks ago, it was obvious. And just recently, after our meeting in Fort St. John, there were chiefs that got together. And they're going to push the agenda that they need to enter into an agreement with British Columbia, BC. But first, there is talk next week in Ottawa. These chiefs are going to present a resolution to get all of the Treaty First Nations in the Treaty 8 area, because Treaty 8 covers British Columbia, Alberta, Saskatchewan, and the Northwest Territory. And these 4 areas of treaty areas, they don't really come together. So there's no dialogue between First Nations. So that's an issue. So I think for the First Nations of Treaty 8 to sit together as nations and talk about water, just specifically water, nothing else on the agenda. Because we know that treaty water is a treaty right. We know that. And we know also that treaty First Nations have sometimes economic reasons why they should not sit together. And that's just obvious. Because of the tar sands, there are some of them, there's one in particular that is embedded with the oil companies. That's recognizable. But if we're going to talk about rights of water and rights of indigenous people to water, then we need to sit together. And there is no national plan in Canada on energy or water? And how do we go beyond just talking? So I encourage the First Nations to sit together. So this transboundary agreement I'm referring to is that First Nations don't really push that agenda. They don't really utilize that agreement to their benefit. They could do it, I suppose. So that could be one of the talks of how they can force the governments to implement the agreement on water and where indigenous people participate on water. I just want to say, because I live with buffalo, and the backyard where I live is Wood Buffalo National Park. Buffalo is very fundamental to my lifestyle, to how I live, how I pray. In this place, this young woman just spoke in the tar sands area. She showed you a photo up there. There is Suncor and Syncrude. They put this reclamation, what they call reclamation place where they're starting to grow again. But they're kind of fooling themselves. But they planted buffaloes there in this area. About 3 years ago or so, Suncor, Syncrude, decided a First Nation were having a feast. And I think they thought that out of the goodness of their heart, that they would take a buffalo and provide it for the feast, which they did. To their astonishment, those buffaloes were very sick with mercury. And it was good that they did not feed the meat to the people, to the feast. I was my 5th time in the tar sands. I visited the buffalo again. And they were off in a distance. They were grazing over there. And I'm communicating with them. I wanted to see them. And these people that I was with, this film crew, they were in a rush. And I was just getting into the van, and I looked back, and the buffaloes were right here, right by the fence. So I told these guys to wait for me. And I went to the fence, and there were these 7 buffaloes standing there, right? On the other side of the fence, they're only 6 feet from me. And I looked at them, and they were shaking. And they were sweating. Their hide was sweating. They were sick with mercury. They have mercury poisoning in them. You know, I was talking to them in my language, not to try to console them, but telling them that these people that are doing this, they're sick people. They don't know what they're doing. And I'm feeling very sad about that. And I said, my friends, my brothers, I have to leave now. But I wish you well. And as I got into the van was going slow. These buffaloes were wanting to get out. They were following me as far as they could go. My heart just felt so sad and heavy. They told me it was not so long after that they moved the buffaloes from out of there. They're like they were in jail, but sick. This morning I talked about the north door, where I come from. There was a prophecy a long time ago that when this world that we're known today is going to destruct themselves, I don't normally share this story, and I'll just share it with you. 3 years ago, in my fast, I fast. And in my fast, I asked the grandfathers, I questioned how I was to prepare for what was to come. That's a very direct question to the old men. In my thinking, I thought when things are going to collapse, they're going to happen very slowly, gradually. But the fast told me, the old men said, the grandfathers said, it's going to happen very quickly, very quickly. If you're not ready for it, you're going to be putting yourself through a rough time. But the prophecy is there'll be a lot of people going north to take refuge. They're going to go north because it's still clean, there's still food, water, fish in the north. That prophecy I'm sharing is not only heard where I come from, also in Great Bear Lake, in Yamoria's country. And my father shared this story with me many, many years ago. He says, these white people that are escaping from some place are going to come here. He said, they're going to be coming to us with tears in their eyes. And their legacy, when they came north a long time ago, they looked for oil and gold. But this time, they're going to look for just food and water so they can survive. And they don't know how to survive like that. So that's why they cry. I thought I would just share this story with you, because this time we're talking about is short. We don't have a lot of time. This young lady was talking about reconciliation. And it's a big part of our healing, our personal growth. lives as indigenous people. And we, as people, we can reconcile. We can say we're sorry. We can make amends to each other. In our language, to reconcile, we say nanalye, nanalye. When we say nanalye, we mean take down. I'm sorry, I want to take down and start over again. Start over. But the way the white people interpret reconciliation is very different. I don't know where they mean they're going to start. Are they going to start right from bottom up? I don't think so. Anyway, I wanted to say that. But the biggest thing is to reconcile with Mother Earth. Is to say we're sorry for the damage we put into the water, into the air, into the trees. To reconcile with Mother Earth, that's a difficult one. For white people, they would not understand that. Our people suffered through many ceremonies to keep that faith, to keep that balance in sun dances here in the South. Is to reconcile, to have love and freedom with Mother Earth. In the North, we have feeding of the fire ceremony. So we can thank the grandfathers and the Creator for everything that is brought forth. And we have drummers, we have singers. That is our way of reconciling with Earth. So if we can do those two things, to reconcile as human beings, but more so as indigenous people to reconcile with Mother Earth, and to upkeep our ceremonies, to pray. That's a big job. Consultation. The First Nation I work with, lots of people, especially ATCO, they come there because they're brown-nosing us. They want to build a dam. And sometimes they drop off their pens. They have ATCO pens, paper, sometimes water bottles, ATCO, thermos. I just tell the chief, don't take them. Don't take them. Once you begin to take their pens, their water bottles, their blankets, their thermos, that's a form of consultation for them. Very simple. And another thing I tell them, the First Nation, if they come in and they want to talk to you, you sign a waiver. You're here just to talk to us. So on the paper, we are not here to consult with you. We're here just to talk. We'll sign it. Oh, they don't come back at you after. Well, we consulted with you. So there's many more ways than we can do to show that we have sovereign rights, because our treaty is the most gives us the political power, legal power, to have a say on our territory. Use any form of UN rights. And the Peace Athabascal Delta, where the Mikisew, the chief Athabasca from Alan Adam, was supposed to talk here, is one of the biggest freshwater deltas in North America. They used to have a lot of birds come there, geese, a lot of muskrat. There was a natural flooding that took place there. A long time ago, 60 years ago, for a harvester to take 1,000 muskrat in the spring was not a problem. Now, they'd be happy if they saw a muskrat. Same with Fort Resolution, and same with the Mackenzie Delta. But for the first time, the Mikisew, I don't speak for the Mikisew Cree or the Athabasca, I'm just sharing the story because UNESCO, Wood Buffalo National Park is a World Heritage Site. So UNESCO, but UNESCO will only do something if you wrote to them. So the First Nations finally wrote to them, why is UNESCO not protecting the rivers, the delta, the freshwater delta? Your responsibility is to protect these areas. So for the first time, UNESCO is finally speaking up and telling the government of Canada why you're not protecting the waters, the rivers. So, my friends, this problem that we have in the Northwest Territory, there's Treaty 8 and Treaty 11 all the way to the Arctic Ocean. There's over 33 First Nations communities. There's over 33 chiefs. There's 5 different languages, Daniel languages. In the North, language supposed to be recognized as an official language, but it's not. So when somebody phones my wife, that's a midwife, at the hospital, she answers in English, and because she speaks French and also French. But in reality, if they were to push the Dene language, she should be answering that telephone in Dene, because it's an official language. So, there's a lot of work to do. Lots of work. But our biggest task is the future of our children. The land, the water, the air, all of the elements of creation. I'm a servant to the earth. I'm a servant to my wife. I protect my wife. So before I go to Ottawa this coming week, I gotta go home so I can cut her firewood, get her set up, and visit her rabbit snares and everything like that. After all that's done, then I can go to Ottawa. Then I come back, I got to do the same thing. But as a man, that's my responsibility. My wife's, her domain is in the house. She's the boss there. But outside, I'm the boss. Wow. Thank you so much. I'm just going to say that much. Yeah, but see, I better get off the stage here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elder Paulette. See, he has to go in front of these grandmothers before he gets to his seat now, after those brave words. Thank you very much for sharing your words. We reach a point here where we have another guest speaker who's from the Husky Oil Pipeline spill area, who will share what is happening as a result of that. Chief Wally Burns from James Smith Cree Nation.
Good afternoon, ladies, gentlemen, elders, chiefs. My name is Chief Wally Burns. I'm the chief of James Smith First Nation in Saskatchewan. I represent 3,400 people in my nation. And the thing about it is back in the day during treaty signing, Chief James Smith signed treaty, and I commend him for that. Without knowing what he was signing, I guess it was a good thing on our behalf of James Smith Cree Nation. So once the signing was done, I guess it says in one of the clauses, the agreement that James Smith signed, that we do own the riverbed of Saskatchewan that runs through our community. So that's one good thing that we have as First Nations in Saskatchewan, and one of the only agreement in Saskatchewan. So first and foremost, I'd like to thank my wife getting me out of bed the other night and telling me that my invitation in Winnipeg has to, you have to go to. So I commend her for that. Also my kids. Through the 2 days, yesterday and today, oh man, my kids and some of the youth were just texting me and praising me that I succeed in doing a formal presentation to you guys. So with that, I'd just like to say thank you, and I'm going to get started on my presentation. Greetings all. I wish to thank the elders for the pipe ceremony that was held on the opening ceremony. I thank you for the prayers that were said. My thanks to many of the chiefs that are here in the audience as well for today and yesterday. I thank the conference panel for allowing me to address important issues that my community faces. On June 24th, a pipeline carrying bitumen for the Husky Energy Inc. ruptured near the Husky Energy Inc. refinery plant in Maidstone, Saskatchewan. According to Husky, the spill resulted in 250,000 liters of bitumen that leaked into the Saskatchewan River. There are conflicts reports as to exactly when the spill occurred. Exactly how much bitumen was released into the Saskatchewan River. To begin the process on misinformation, misrepresentation, and a total lack of respect of First Nations right and sovereignty. Husky informs that the cities, North Battleford, Prince Albert, Melfort, that represented the water intakes that should be shut down in result of the pollutant that was spilled and could cause. Those begin the process of the cities, the urban cities that may cause cancer. The process of involving First Nations in the information of the process, the compensation process by this control organization is horrible and non-toxic. We have had fights with corporation and in media in order to get the information, in order to pay, to get any meetings, in order to be heard. This entity controlled by Husky blasted First Nations in disregard. They have blatantly showed disrespect. They had never to do this to us as First Nations of this land. The lack of respect, the lack of involvement, the lack of ownership of this disaster. I'm going to add on to that. A few years ago, our elders spoke one day this black snake is going to be coming into the community. So I never took any knowledge of that information and digested it, and didn't know how many pipelines were under the river. So today, there were 6 pipelines that are under the river, polluting. We have never did anything wrong. The first peoples of this land, the lack of respect, the lack of environment, like I said, they caused this spill. That's what's certain. They will deny this to this day. The resulting damage and the terms of the environment are unknown. The Saskatchewan River runs through our home territory, as well affects our traditional territory. We are the ones that will bear and brunt this environment disaster. Our waters are polluted with cancer-causing agents as a result of the oil disaster. Our people will be affected forever and decades to come. Yet, Husky Inc. says that we have done all they can do with regards to the environmental disaster. And as Chief James Smith, I am here to advise you all that no, Husky Energy Inc. is not done with us. We will not allow them to adequate and get away with what they did. We will continue to fight our efforts with the media if necessary. We will fight them in courts, all the way up to the Supreme Court of Canada. There is a law in place that Canada that is simply from the states that polluters pay. Energy Inc. needs to be brought to task on the environment disaster as they have created. They are polluters, and polluters must pay. And what I mean about paying is the environment that we're not going to get back. The reports that the cities of Prince Albert and Melfort have received compensation from Husky Inc. And today, one of the mayors of the city has commended Husky Inc. for the work well done. But to me, as a chief, I have to deal with this. So there's some objectives, some information, some of the things that we have to do as First People and the stewards of the land to protect Mother Earth. The thing about this, the mayor of Melfort, Rick Lang, did not come and see the damages that occurred and following the right of the water intake for their city of Melfort and North Saskatchewan River. There are issues in future for the cities, I am sure. Yet they are gratefully taken to get that payout. Shame on them. The damages that occurred with the river and the life in the river and the animals that drink the water from the river. This year I had to send out a notice to all our hunters, fishers, trappers that I indicated that they have to stay away from the river or any lakes that are coming from the river. And that's one of the things that they understand, my people back at home, harvesting of animals, they had to go out to the local grocery shop and buy their meats. The Saskatchewan River has been polluted of cancer-causing agents. We have no way of knowing what affects or effects in the future of generations. The cleanup activity that occurred with James Smith was a Band-Aid solution. There's an oil-soaked debris that are found in the James Smith Cree Nation lands. The oil-soaked debris on James Smith lands, then there is also soaked debris along the riverbanks. Husky's approach to this seems winter is coming. Let the ice do its work. I wish I could say that too, working with a big company like that. But they don't have no insight, no interpretations how First Nations live and strive off the land. Husky's approach, that seems to me They're just walking away and getting away with all different levels of government. Species at risk in our territory, the lake sturgeon is one of them. And I always emphasize and collaborate on the finds that we did, the information that we have. We gathered our elders to do some of the work, the initial work on climate change. We all documented all the data on how they lived before and now. The polluter pays policy must be applied. The federal government needs to step up and to ensure that things happen in respect in the rights and wrongs. Both the federal and government are not doing their best on disasters like this. Environment, water. Just by listening and observing the past day and a half, lots of talks on the water. How the animals roam free. But my fight and my challenge right now is with the owner, Li Ka-shing, a billionaire from China. And I'm just one person, one chief in my community that's standing up for the right, the sovereign right of our nation. It's like they don't care either. The Premier of Saskatchewan, Mr. Brad Wall, had not offered one word to support our case. It's because of the province is dependent on contributions that big oil makers, both campaigning funds and the province of Saskatchewan. With the respect of the government, federal government, their fiduciary obligation are being ignored. They're breaching a lot of trust and their involvement. The environment is severely harmed and Mother Earth is exhausted. And to me, by looking at all the disasters in Canada or around the world, a lot of this, tornadoes, fires, it's all because we're ignoring Mother Earth. It's like what the elder said that spoke in front of me. I commend him for bringing all his knowledge to us here and speaking of the North. You look at all the migration patterns of the caribou, the muskox. You know, we're doing another study in that area too with the caribou. So, like I said, I'm just one person, one chief in Saskatchewan. I get frustrated, but knowing my community is in support of what I do. I've been in politics for the past 12 years. This is my 4th year as chief. There are sometimes I go in my office and talk to my elders and ask them, am I doing this in the right way? Am I leading the people in the right direction on what they want to see? things like that. And the elders come out and they say, "You're doing a good job. Lead us." I wish I could bring some of my elders back, here today. To show them and listening what they had to see long ago and what is transpiring today and yesterday. Sometimes I think, to me, I'm an overachiever. I know what is right and wrong. I do my best to fulfill the obligation of my nation. And the thing about this, it's like the only people that care are us, the first people, the stewards of the land, trying to make a point to industry, to the governments. And if we do this in the right way, I think we are going to stand as one to unite, to support our people in the South, Standing Rock. I have learned a lot in a day and a half, and I commend Grand Chief Nipinak for asking me to come and speak here today with the the environmental disasters that happen in my community. So James Smith is located on the north and south Saskatchewan River, and our community extends into the forest as well. And a lot of good hunting happens in Fort LaCorne area. By listening to all of our elders in the past, Peyonan was one of the stopping points for all the nations to come together and to gather. And that's located in my community. So long ago, when our forefathers paddled the river, I always think about that, on what they had to do, on the achievements that they did, protecting the land, the buffaloes, all the ecosystems. So as keepers of the land, the water, the air, we must take a stand against the foreign countries and companies who come here to do damage that they do. And then they extend to take their money back to their own country. That's wrong. We will continue to battle Husky Inc. because it's the right way to do this. And I can't speak for the other First Nations that are affected on the North Saskatchewan River. Tomorrow, I speak again with Husky and with the other 7 nations that are affected. So I thank you from the bottom of my heart for having me here and to speak on our disaster in our community. But I know just by visiting and listening. You guys have an awesome Grand Chief here in Manitoba. And I commend him for a job well done. And the chiefs that are behind him too as well, for giving him a mandate. So I thank you. And with that, I gotta leave, and I gotta be back in Saskatoon tonight. So with that, thank you. Yeah.
Thank you for sharing your experience.
Some of you may recall earlier this year when the Husky oil spill started to drain into one of the main arteries in our homelands. Some of you may recall it because maybe like me, you were having trouble sleeping through those nights, not knowing the extent of the damage that that one of our main arteries was going through. I eventually came out publicly and I asked people to stop using Husky oil products. And I asked also for divestment, because I think that ultimately at the end of the day, it's us as a society that allow for these things to happen. And when we see things that we don't like or we can't live with, we have to pull back from these things. And that's what divestment means. That's what boycott means to me. I knew that the challenges of dealing with it, you know, and bringing this message of boycott forward were going to have minimal impact, but something needed to be said. And I haven't personally been to a Husky oil gas station or knowingly used Husky oil products since. In fact, I'd probably allow myself to run out of gas somewhere before I stopped there. You know, so when we reached out to Chief Wally from Saskatchewan, I reached out knowing that the water knows no boundary between Saskatchewan and Manitoba. The hydrocarbons that might be moving through that water, they know no boundary between Saskatchewan and Manitoba. And that watershed, that North Saskatchewan River comes into Manitoba, and our families live along that watershed. I've been to barbecues on the north side of that North Saskatchewan River in the Pasquit Cree Nation. And I know that we have kids playing on those banks as well. So when people wonder what are the Manitoba chiefs involving themselves in the Saskatchewan issue about, it's not a Saskatchewan issue or a Manitoba issue. It's about our people that live on the water. So I wanted to thank the chief for understanding that and seeing beyond the political boundaries of the day to recognize that our responsibilities aren't about observing these provincial boundary jurisdictions, but actually coming together and sharing what's going on in our homelands. So with that said, you know, in honor and respect for the chief for making his trip here, small token of appreciation from the Assembly of Manitoba Chiefs. Miigwech. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much again, Chief, from James Smith, from Elder Francois Paulette, for sharing all that you have shared, because indeed it does impact all of us. And I just want to, I wrote down a quick note, and as Francois is walking out of the room, he shared with us, and we all are aware of this, that we do have sovereign rights given to us by our Creator, sovereign rights over land, sovereign rights over water, but we also have a responsibility that accompanies those rights, which is to protect our land and our water and to give life to those rights. It doesn't come without any responsibility, so we have to do our part. We reached a point on the agenda, much like we did yesterday, where we have open discussion on climate change and the environment and goals and objectives that you may have or recommend, or thoughts that you would like to share regarding climate change and the environment and the topic at hand and the information that was shared today. Darcy is called. You want to speak? Or did you call question? My lord. Elder Darcy Linklater.
Thank you. Well, Harry left already. He said, I'm going to leave when you go on grandstand. Just kidding. I'd like to thank all the speakers. I've learned so much from all the presenters and the things they talk about. They talk about reconciliation. But reconciliation has been with us for a long time. It's one of our customary laws. And we try to teach these newcomers about reconciliation at time of treaty making. But they didn't understand. They still don't understand today. We try to teach them about natural laws, our ancestors. And I like to acknowledge our ancestors at this time because they're here with us. They try to teach them about natural laws. That's why they use those sacred elements in treaty. The sun, the grass, the water. But they still didn't understand. When I was a boy, my grandfather talked to me about climate change. He said, no se sem nanagachita kiwaskawisuin. Kanawap mego setak. Piago do gigi sinak. Tapos ko sana pasastigit. Kito ipadekanig setak. Ago anots. Domista ipito siatik whisky padik. O maski. That's what my grandfather used to tell me. Grandson, pay attention to your surroundings. Look at these trees. At one time, these trees used to snap like you snap a whip. It used to be so cold. And now, it's getting warmer. Yatigisi maski. And I come here, I want to share my story and what's been happening to us, to our land, to our people, to our sacred water. It seems when the newcomers came here, they submerged us into the waters of strife from their foreign beliefs. And it seems to me that we have turned our backs against our ancestors. We have turned our backs against our culture and our spirituality. We have turned our backs against our children. And we keep accepting foreign beliefs. In my community today, we've been experiencing a shift between natural ecological occurrences and the human-induced environmental changes. You see, and these transitional effects affect who we are, our way of life. Our traditional First Nation hunting, gathering, harvesting methods. Industry and humanity are to blame what we are going through right now. As I stand here, temperatures are rising. Water is fluctuating in my territory and other territories. Fish, water, insects, water plants, plankton, riparian animals, waterfowl, and other birds are disappearing. Some medicines we will never see again. Some species of birds we will never see again. And in the meantime, our forests continue to be cut. They continue to be cut down, affecting the fur-bearing animals and the four-legged animals. The flows of our rivers has been reversed. And for many years, I felt that no one was listening to our concerns, especially at the time when the government of Manitoba was planning to flood our land, Churchill River diversion. Scientists, they brought their scientists to our communities. And our elders, with their traditional knowledge, they asked the scientists, what about Kakikisik? Kakikisik means permafrost. And they didn't pay attention to them. They didn't pay attention to these elders because they don't consider them as experts. They have their policy and who they consider an expert. You have to go to a university to be considered an expert under their government policy. I have felt that no one cared that the lake on which we live rose permanently by 15 feet, destroying our beaches, desecrating our sacred sites, our burial sites, destroying our historic sites, our medicines, our resources, and creating irreparable damage to our lives. We as First Nation people, we accommodated these visitors who came to our land. We changed our way of life. But today they don't want to change. How come they don't want to change? We have changed. And they don't change their behavior and attitude towards our people and our land. I am sharing the truth with you. Our traditional transportation routes changed. Our nets were full of debris. And it is often unsafe to travel on waters, on ice pathways of our people. The seasons and rivers reversed. Instead of the water being high in the spring and fall, it is high in the winter. It has altered the veins of our mother, the rivers and the lakes and the streams. In our lives, hydro became our God. The beauty that the Creator gave us was destroyed by the pursuit of power. And we need to move to a different kind of environmental protection. And we need to move together. This is urgent. If we love our children and our grandchildren and the children that are watching us, who will be here, the unborn, this is very urgent. The government's current environmental laws are all about how much they exploit our land and our waters. We need environmental justice and equality. Environmental justice, as we know, is the fair treatment and meaningful involvement of all people, regardless of race, color, origin, or income, with respect to the development, with respect to environmental laws and regulations and policies. We have to tell him that any environmental assessment process will be achieved when everyone enjoys the same degree of protection, from environmental and health hazards. We need to tell them that we need equal access to the decision-making process and to have a healthy environment for our children to live in. Kitsa misinag man mapo kapigis wartago. These projects, hydroelectric projects, have had a significant physical, social, cultural, and economic impact on our way of life. Some of us can't go shopping anymore, it's not safe. Our communities have been affected by both Lake Winnipeg regulation and the Churchill River diversion projects. Three scientists say, no, the Winnipeg regulation doesn't affect you. But traditional knowledge say otherwise. And they must listen to us. During the Wasquatam negotiations, I was working with a group of elders and technicians, our people, young people. And the elders came up with a name, Unanakachichigiwak. It means the monitors and stewards of our Ntaskinan, our land. And we had so many intensive series of workshops between March 2005 and April 2006. And these Unanakachichigiwak, they codified 13 customer laws to be applied to Wasquatam. And these Unanakachichigiwak then directly incorporated these customer laws into the text of the environmental protection plans, monitoring plans, management plans, and most of all, heritage resources agreement plans associated with this project. As I stand here right now, there are about 21 of our ancestors' remains kept at the University of Winnipeg. Nobody wants to take responsibility. Manitoba Hydro doesn't want to take responsibility because we asked them to do a forensic audit on these human remains. Because we wanted to know how our ancestors died. Did they die from a disease? How can we prevent that for our children in the future? That's what we wanted to know. But they're still here. They're still at the university. And these plans, which reflected our needs of terminology and principles, were subsequently attached to the provincial license for that project. These elders I work with were not acknowledged, either by Hydro or by the government. You know what? The Canadian Electricity Association recognized the groundbreaking contributions of Unanakachichigiwak by presenting Manitoba Hydro CEO with a prestigious Environmental Stewardship Award. And yet they didn't acknowledge us for incorporating indigenous-led traditional knowledge into the design, planning, and construction of the Wasquatam Generation Project. And these Unanakachichigiwak continue to serve as an expert group on traditional knowledge for our nation. We continue to meet with young people every year. And they continue to facilitate the engagement of holders as indigenous-led. And any project or process should include our traditional knowledge.
government should wake up and acknowledge our elders' expertise on the land for many years. And that's why I wanted to share this information. And it is my hope, and it is my recommendation for any future process on the environment and the land under existing legislation, any proposed environmental assessment legislation, in respect of the application of Aboriginal traditional knowledge, acknowledging the holders of this traditional knowledge as experts, according this traditional knowledge as expert knowledge, and ensuring the centrally important role of this traditional knowledge in any design and in the process. And most of all, the protection of our heritage resources. I want to share with you that our land is very sacred to us because our hero, our brother in Stisinan, was there. And before he left marks on our territory. He left his chair when he sat and rested. He left his footprints in a steep cliff. Those footprints were blown out of that original site without our consent. And those footprints, they made replicas. Just like it was a trophy for them. They displayed it at the museum in Winnipeg and in Thompson. I wonder what could have happened if those footprints split. We got them back to the original site. But the chair is still underwater. And we asked these developers, put a weir around that chair so our children will have the same opportunity to see them. We also have a little people's boat. It's underwater. And we also asked Hydro to put a weir around it so our children will be able to see them. They don't have enough money to do that. I just read the other day how much did Hydro make this year. Yet they don't have any money to build a weir around our sacred sites, sacred objects. They don't have money to do forensic analysis on our ancestors' remains. What kind of people are these? I wanted to share this truth with you. And I thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Elder Linkletter. We have a young man that's been standing at microphone number 3.
Check, check. Oh, okay. All right, thank you everyone. I know it's the end of the day. Everyone's tired, wants to leave for home, but so I'll be brief. My name is Adam Sanderson. I am from Sagging First Nation. I work in the community at the Sagging Health Center as an administrator. I am obviously not an elder. I am not a politician or a pipe carrier. I'm none of these things, so take what I say with a grain of salt. Neither am I a scientist. I am a father of 3, and I do work in my community as an administrator, like I said, in community health. And one of the reasons that I come here is because I do a lot of research. I'm very concerned, I'm very passionate about the climate change and our effect on it. And one of the reasons why I came here today is because I recognize the need for all of us to be engaged. For a long time, I was very apathetic towards this issue, to a lot of our issues, because of a feeling of helplessness, feeling like maybe I wouldn't be able to make any change whatsoever. But I recognize now the fault in that logic and that how we all need to be engaged. And I started asking myself, well, what can I do? What can I do as an individual? I'm none of these things that I just mentioned to you. I have no effect in any of those sort of areas, but what can I do as an individual? So I started getting engaged and involved in all these different things regarding to climate change to try to take personal responsibility. And that's one of the reasons why I've come here as a First Nation person. And you know, even though I'm not super involved in the culture, I mean, I don't go to the ceremonies all that often. I don't even live on the reserve. I live in the town next to the reserve because they can't get a house on the reserve. But what can I do as a First Nation person? What can we do as a First Nations person? And that's why I've come to here, because this is a gathering of our leaders, of our chiefs representing all of our communities across Manitoba. And we have our Grand Chief Derek Neepanak, who I'm very proud to see that he's been here this entire time, as well as Kevin Hart, our regional AFN chief, was here. Like everyone, the who's who of First Nations is here. So the reason why I wanted to be here is to find out, well, what can we do? What can we do in each of our communities? You know, what steps can we take? Are we doing everything that we possibly can to address this issue? And one issue that I see is right here. It's evident in this room, all these empty chairs, right? So how do we build engagement with our communities, and how do we get everyone involved? I know there are some chiefs here, and I applaud the chiefs that are here that have committed to being here. But how do we get all the other chiefs involved? How do we get our community members involved? How do we get our youth involved? You know, what are the steps that we can actually do? And I was proud to see the Treaty Alliance. That's the kind of ideas that we need to have. But I'm also worried that that's all rhetoric and talk, and that we're not actually going to take that Treaty Alliance and the power of our collective identity and take that and towards effecting change at the national level. You know, we've seen yesterday those pipelines that got approved, right? I mean, like that's completely contrary to what we need to be doing. And how can we as First Nations work together with our non-First Nations partners in this country and even globally to start changing perspectives of people, changing ourselves and what we do? So I appreciate the work, the chiefs that are here, and the work that AMC is doing to put on events like this. It's a lot of work, and that's awesome. But what I would really like to start seeing in these types of events is what are the practical things that we can start doing. When I started looking into getting involved in climate change, I started looking around for entities that I could throw my weight behind. I could volunteer or whatever, and it's hard to find those vehicles to get involved. So, I mean, I don't have all the answers naturally, but that's why I come to events like this. So just saying that, even though there's not a lot of people here, that I really wish that we would collectively as First Nations start thinking about the practical steps that we can take on a local level, on a provincial level, on a national level, and on a global level. Anyway, and one last thing is I think that as First Nations people, we have an advantage that a lot of other people do not have, is in that we get it. When we heard that today, the land is sacred to us. We get it. And a lot of the scientists that are behind climate change recognize that First Nations get it. So we have to be able to use those types of strengths to our advantage. And I think that we can do better, and we have to act. Miigwech.
Thank you very much, sir. Microphone number 3.
Good afternoon. I'm Chief Tobacco from Moosaigan Cree Nation. I would like to begin by acknowledging the Creator for the day that He's given us, our health. When I look at myself, I think that I'm an Indigenous person, and there are certain laws, traditional laws that govern me, and which I respect. And beyond that, I think about the responsibility that I have as an Aboriginal person, as an Indigenous person. When I grew up, I was taken away to a residential school at a very young age, and I learned the ways of the white man. And I was very confused at a later point in my life, but I was fortunate to inspire my community by becoming a leader at a very young age. But what can we do to make it better? How can we do to make it our responsibility to make sure that the water flows, the water is healthy, that the air we breathe is healthy? That is the responsibility that we must undertake, and that is a sacred responsibility that we must keep. Contrary to the rest of society, it presents a lot of work that needs to be done. So I too like to see a lot of people come to these kinds of gatherings, because climate change is certainly happening out there. And what are we doing as First Nations people when we know that we have this responsibility, this sacred responsibility that we have to do, and making sure that future generations benefit from those things that we do today? I know that we need economic development on our reserves. There is hydro projects in the backyard of our First Nations. I know that there is confrontations and issues with these people, but are we doing enough to make sure that the environment is being taken care of? It involves the very being of ourselves. If we don't have clean water and we don't have clean air, well, we jeopardize future generations. So we must see, and we must be open-minded to what we have to do. It means going back and finding out what is it that we must do. We owe it to our people. We owe it to the present generations, to the future generations, so that they can have a place here in Turtle Island that can be safely and be safe. But it's a tremendous responsibility. It's a tremendous effort for us to bring forth our issues. How do we present it? In what context do we present our issues in terms of the environment, and what industry is going to do? What are the impacts that we have to deal with? I know we have industrial development way down to the Rocky Mountains in Manitoba, because one of the main arteries that flow into our province is the Saskatchewan River. We just heard a few minutes ago a chief making a presentation relating to an oil spill on his territory. We have heard an elder speaking to us on things like this. It's too bad that we don't have too many people here to fill these empty seats, but we can't give up. I'm not suggesting we are, but we're going to have to make tremendous efforts to bring our people together, to mobilize them to come and listen to us, and to find ways in which we can be effective in seeing that the environment is being protected. We do have a sacred responsibility, and it's a tremendous one. It's so huge. I know it's a slow process. Things happen in a manner that it's slow. Sometimes, yes, it's fast as well. But now, presently, on my reserve, water is coming up. A gentleman, the elder, spoke about it, and it's right. It's true that the water is coming up. Water don't usually come up at this late stage of the year, but it's visible, and we have to do something. And I'd like to also acknowledge the young man that was speaking to us. That's the kind of thing that inspires myself. I like to be around young people because they have so much life, and I feed on that. So I'd like to take the opportunity to thank that young man again, and the presenters for doing a wonderful job in making their presentations to the delegation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief. There's a lady over here who's been holding up her hand. I'd like to acknowledge her at microphone number 4 or 3, which number 3, and then I'll go to microphone number 6 after that.
Tansi Rita Munias Tisnigason Mitsikamakni Notsi. I'm going to say something here that will lead to climate change. The eve of destruction started when the first European set foot on our land. They started working on assimilation. We started losing our identity to land. Our identity is land, and we have a language, a culture, and those are the things that have been attacked by the federal government with the help of provincial government, and then in our case, Manitoba Hydro. O maske ko nina, o neiwe nina, ego taka agient, mantu ego takitaw sip matsyok. I am o maske go, I live on Maskake land, I live by the river system. My language is Nineinuan, it's not Cree. I am not Cree because that's not my identity. That was the identity that has been given to us by French people who thought they discovered Canada, but we were already here. I am not First Nations. I was here already. I didn't get here first. I am not Aboriginal. That's a federal government language, and I don't intend to expect any federal inflicted identity upon me. If we look at the word Aboriginal, if you disseminate that word, ab means not. And there's original. We are the original. I am not an Indian. I wasn't born in India. It was a stupid mistake that was made by Christopher Columbus, flown off course at sea, and accidentally landed in the Caribbean, our Turtle Island, North and South America. They call it the Americas, our Turtle Island. Now, to go on, I cannot, like these inflicted identities through a federal policy that have been given to us. We, as indigenous peoples, should not take them and embrace them because we are put in a box of federal policy. The federal government, when they started making treaties, so-called treaties, I say, to our people, came the Indian Act. An assimilation policy, a policy to assimilate people. They took our parents, our grandparents away from home. That's when the destruction of climate started, because our ancestors were the protectors of this home we call Turtle Island. Now, how many of us here are going to continue on to live with that? We can't, and we shouldn't, and we should identify to the land that we stand on. Identify to the language that was God-given. The federal government gave the authority to the provincial government to issue licenses. In our case, Manitoba Hydro had a license, or there was no license for a long time, and there was no prior consultation in some cases. They just came in and said, here's a piece of paper. This means I consulted you. That's not consultation. That's not meaningful and bona fide consultation. We were, and still are, environmentalists. We want to protect the environment. God, does this ever hurt? I was thinking about my elders today. The elders who taught us, some of us people, to go the right way. Not the federal way, not the provincial way. I cried, taking a shower, thinking about my elders, the water that went trickling down my body, and yet it's being destroyed. And am I supposed to stand by? I don't know how many of you people know. I don't know how many steps I have taken. The first step to protect, to at least yield to environmental damage and cultural genocide. Our elders taught us, go step on that land, go over there. Those woodcutters are coming, go stop them. The elder women, some of them went there. This people is our problem. Policy, federal policy. I'll say it again. The federal policy of the Indian Act, giving permission to the province to give permits and licenses to go to Manitoba Hydro, in our case, to go destroy the land. The blessings of the federal government, the licensing of permission to kill given to Manitoba Hydro, the corporation that destroys our way of life. It destroys our way of life. There has to be a yield to this, and we have to work together as indigenous peoples of this turtle island, not as divided and conquered by the federal system, calling some nations, First Nations, Cree, pseudo, status, non-status. That's divide and conquer people. We have to understand we have these monsters attacking us, and we shouldn't allow it. Nobody should allow it, because the future of our children and grandchildren and great-grandchildren lie in our hands. And it is up to us too to continue teaching our young people about what we learned from our elders shouldn't be thrown away. People should listen to it. It's for the benefit of our children. I speak out anywhere. And I will continue to speak out because I believe that we are the protectors of the future generation. And we are the protectors of water. We are the protectors of land, air, plants, animals. Who will come and do that? Not these corporations that we all sign here. Throw that away, throw that thought away. Thank you for listening. And I hope you have a wonderful evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Rita. I'd like to acknowledge microphone number 6, but Rita, I'd also like to see you for a moment before you go, okay? I'd like to see you, but microphone number 6, please.
Ahoy. First, I thank the elders for raising the pipe this morning. Anishinaabe nin, mang do tem, kied no absko makadish nikas. That's my handle. I'm a citizen of my nation, which is Nahiawak Nation. I'm not a citizen of Canada. Canada is a corporation that your people are dealing with your treaties, which are international instruments. If you're going to deal with corporations, let the corporate chiefs that are elected under that system deal with them. But as sovereign nations, we need to go to the international arena. Like Serge Simon said here, our treaties are international instruments. They're not domestic policy. You have to go to the international arena to get your treaties recognized and stood up as sovereign nations. The Treaty Alliance here used the word sovereign nations, yet corporate chiefs signed that document, which are tied to INAC, which INAC will be challenging those chiefs very shortly with their contribution agreements. I guarantee you that that'll come down the line. But you need to stand up as sovereign nations. Cree, Nahiawak, Dakota, Lakota, Ojibwe, Saulteaux. Where are these nations? I don't see one nation here. All I see is corporate citizens sitting around this table talking about our future of our children and this planet, Turtle Island. There is, like the young man said, all I keep hearing is rhetoric, which is true. When is our sovereign leaders going to stand up and address our nations as sovereign nations, not as prisoners of war, First Nations? We are the originals, like our clan mother just said. We were here and we'll always be here. We've been fighting this war for over 500 years. Serge Simon stated our treaties are international. He mentioned UDRIP, UNDRIP, or whatever it's called, but there is 9 other conventions that the countries have signed on to. Why don't you use all those 9 declarations and fight this corporation called Canada, which is registered in Washington, D.C. as a corporation? It's a conflict of interest to deal with your treaties with a corporation when they don't have no standing. You're a citizen of your nation. Everyone sitting around here, whether you're Cree, Ojibwe, Dakota, Saulteaux, or whatever you are, you're not a citizen of Canada. You're a prisoner of war if you say you're a citizen of Canada. We have to stand up. There's another comment I'd like to make. Norway House made a very good presentation regarding duty to consult and consent. If we want to address that duty to consult and stop these corporate chiefs signing away our natural resources, we need to make that document stronger. The Governor General of the day in July in Fort Qu'Appelle stated, our treaties are international. The Crown will work with you guys to work on your treaties and strengthen them. So why don't we put an amendment in there for the treaties, 1 to 11 here in this part of the country, that any duty to consult must come from the treaty area, be it Treaty 4, I'm from Treaty 4, there's 35 First Nations in Treaty 4. If one corporate chief signs that document, is null and void unless all 35 nations or 51% of the nation agrees to exploitation of our natural resources and our land being poisoned. So that's a comment I'd like to make. I said they should put that into the declaration, the Treaty Alliance Declaration, that the treaty areas must duty to consult and consent must be done by the treaties, not by corporate First Nations prisoner of war status people that's working for the government, modern day Indian agents. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Chief Arlen Dumas, I'm assuming you're going to go to microphone number. Are you going to come here or are you going to go there? You're going to come here. I just want to make a quick note. The reason why I asked to speak with Rita, and this is just a little bit of information for you. Rita and I went to high school together, and I haven't seen her since I left high school, which is 43 and a half years ago. And I had an opportunity to go and ask her, are you Rita? I knew her as Rita Rawson, who went to Vincent Massey High School in Brandon, and she said yes. And I said, you and I went to high school together. And that's the last time I saw her was in 1973, 43 and a half years ago, and I'm so very happy. And then I brought up your former chief, Ralph. We went to high school with him too back then. It's a little bit of history I'm just sharing with you. It was so wonderful to see her, and now she walked out the door. So Chief Arlen Dumas from Matthias Cologne.
Danke. Nas kumit na op sispuni stevi pigiskuyan. Kipintu tamano ta nanatu idinigo ta pigiskuitik. Haga uskate son ai si pigiskuiti kaguitsigi mut. Tansi sakagi atoskata mama ui atoskata mao nanatu giwana hapigiskuata man. Hagan tuto go idinigo ta idigo askogistanano papagan ai si pigiskuya papagan. Ako piwagis kisiagis tanano ay tagiswa o tay idinyok ni iduak idinyok kidanano. Ako gawigat siya ko kawani kiskisya widiskya ko an mawi sapos awi paspihigo ah. Ako gagapagit na ya ako tagag idinyok katipigo na ako tansya siya si mama wi ah. Widiska wigit temaisk ko tagawinak mapagan kay siginop mik. Pero ni stagi awasi siuyan. Ika ko yasagi ito taman simak nagi pagmataho gawin. Mon patos nagi siginop mikok. Pero ya ko agiskis ya. Ako isipigis ko ya kada madidimito ta. Kaya mapesisay nagwida patos ay sinisito tagigon. Kada utit, kada mase. Kaguya yami. Wista kagawin ni si tuta. Widiski ko si widaw suniyo ko mga kay si midwidita ko. Kawap mi ko ako ay mamasi hito ha. Agoy ko siya ispadik widaw togi wak. Widiski kagida na ano imamawi ha. Tasi pomots osami mas kawigapaw ya. Ako tana piyogi mga na nagya yamit. Utaw witsaga na witap migot. Na piyo tagigia piyo. Rob Clark isidiga aso. Yago agi witsi hat Stephen Harper. Agi isidiga tigo ha. Kagido idinyog kimutiskiwak. Mga tato tamagmanita pimpadiswak. Yago na piyo widagi pagis agi tsimina legislation ay tsigatik yago agi sa puta ha oro ha ago tanut sa piwi tapmigo ha yago on mais padiganuts ako mina yago puga pisiskapa tama kispin giwi mas kawiga pawinano so uskat isago tayo kan giskidi tiniga osami initanidu itsik Initay idinim mutsik sonakadasi monista. So to those of you that don't speak Cree, I said hello. Yeah, it's a long hello in Cree. I just wanted to share a few words, my friends, my colleagues, my kin, my relatives. I'm just listening to the dialogue, and it's very important. I want to acknowledge everyone that has spoke. I want to acknowledge everyone that has shared something here today. And the thing that stood out the most about to me was that we need to remain united as the people, as indigenous people. And let's not allow other people's interpretation or other people's manipulation or other people's rhetoric to divide us. And we may have differences of opinion, and we may have different ways of perceiving things, and we may have a different philosophy, but at the end of the day, we are all indigenous. Every single one of us. When I was a young boy, the first time I left my reserve, my mom went to Brandon University. And that was the first time where I understood what it meant to be Indian. When little children started calling me names, and I had no idea what they were talking about, because in my eyes we were the same people, we were the same little kids. But not in their eyes. In their eyes I was an Indian, and it didn't matter where I came from or who my parents were or where I grew up, I was an Indian. But what that meant to me was, well, my grandpa made sure I knew how to snare rabbits. My grandpa made sure I knew how to make wood and fire in the wintertime. My grandpa made sure I knew how to go haul water. Money didn't keep at this. I wasn't stupid like they said I was. They didn't discriminate when they discriminated against me. So when I hear discussion amongst ourselves that potentially pulls us apart from each other, we have to be mindful of that, because those are the exact things that industry and government grabs onto. And those are the things that they will light kindling to, so they keep us separated. So we'll end up arguing amongst ourselves. And while we're arguing amongst ourselves, Hud Bay Mining and Smelting can continue pillaging and destroying our natural resources. Husky Energy will continue doing what they do. All the pipelines will continue to be built because we are not united. We have to develop that philosophy again. In 1982, when the people and the chiefs marched all the way to Ottawa, they stopped Prime Minister Trudeau in his tracks and said, "You will not amend the Constitution until you talk to us." Those of you who are in the room, some of you were there. Some of you were there when that happened. Some of our chiefs were there. You guys did that. When Idle No More happened last year, everybody got scared because the people mobilized. But the problem we have is that for the last 30 years, the government of Canada has told our community members, your chiefs and councils are crooked. They're thieves. And unfortunately, our communities listen to that. Rob Clark, when he pushed his federal legislation to make all of our audits and our financial information public for the rest of Canada, what was the finding? When the Taxpayers Federation presented all of our community financial information on web pages, what was the finding? Where was all the millionaire chiefs? Where was all the millionaire councils? Oh, there was none? Where are they today? Where's their loud mouths today? All they did was create division amongst our communities. Ay sinisituh taman ni daw niga niyo, ni dai si ay sinisituh taman kamay nagkutagay nagnimi daw kay widawin po kay sidiga sut ay si uniga niyo yan. I will not give anybody else the liberty to define what it means to me as a chief. Uniga Anyo, I am a leader. I am not an Indian Ag chief. I come from a legacy of leaders in my community. Unfortunately, I have to prescribe to a mechanism that allows me to try and better my community, to try and benefit my people. Let's not allow those divisions to pull us apart from each other. So the young man who spoke, my colleague, let's get the discussion going with our communities again. Let's build that communication between our leadership and our communities so that we don't allow people like Rob Clark and Stephen Harper to continue to make our people not trust their leadership. I see it. When I get up as a young man in my community, the respect that my elders give me, even though I have a difficult time with that because I respect them because that's how I was raised, but they say, those elders say, because you're the chief, we have to listen to you. That's our traditional system. They don't say, oh, because you were elected under the Indian Act, you're an Indian Act chief, we have to. That's not what they say to me. Onigan niyog. Ogimagan. Let's build that philosophy. Let's build that communication. And if we truly want to affect our environment like we have, that is what we have to, that is how we have to do it. We have to build that communication so we can build that unity, so we can deal with these monsters that are pillaging our resources. So objectively, when I sit here and listen, with the Matthias Cologne Cree Nation, we've been impacted by different things in different ways. And we've had the largest diesel oil spill in the country, right in the middle of my reserve. We had to remediate that for 25 years, We're impacted by many, many environmental issues that we've had to become experts in order to deal with. But how do you deal with those things? As long as it's at our own accord, that we have an influence, that we're able to deal and influence with these systems. Because if we don't, then we're outside the box all the time. We have to start to become entrenched in these things. And the only way we'll be able to do it is if our people support us, if our people stand by us. If I say we're going to go and camp out at the Manitoba legislature, that should happen. The people should have confidence. And it did happen. Idle No More showed it. But what happens? We're too kind. We allowed Rob Clark to sit here in our meeting in a peaceful way. And I had to really, when I realized who it was in the room, because I know a lot of people didn't realize that was him, but he was sitting right there. I had to be respectful and not ask him to leave because he shouldn't have been here. But that's part of our character flaw. We're respectful and kind people. So I don't want to take up too much time. I appreciate you listening, but I think that would be the most important thing for us, to try and create that dialogue where we have unity, so that we can truly influence things. And keep in mind, because it's right there in our history, we were able to stop the constitution of this country. At that time, there was less than a million of us in Canada. But because of our political leverage and the political clout that we truly have, if we choose to wield it, we stopped the process. So we would say, "Kinanas now." I hope I didn't offend anyone. If I did, I didn't mean to do that. I come here in solidarity and with what it is we're wanting to do, and I hope my words are able to inspire a different way of looking at things, and we can do it if we really want to. You go say.
Thank you, Chief. Microphones are empty. It's 4:25. And you have to go and put on your ball gowns and your tuxedos to go and dance and share food together at the gala tonight, if you have a ticket. If not, the rest of us will stand there and press our noses against the window. Thank you very much for your patience, for staying with us. for being respectful and kind to everybody who was here to share information and share comment with you. For our guests that came, thank you so very much. We wish you a safe journey home to your families. For the rest of us, you have a gala going on this evening next door on the north side. But I also, again, remind you to please come and join us at the pancake breakfast with our people in the city and others that join us tomorrow morning, starting at 7:30 at the Winnipeg Indian and Métis Friendship Center on Robinson Street at 7:30. And then we are going to be back here at 9:30 to start our day's session and to get it done for the day. So please come and join us at either event, but for sure tomorrow morning, come in and have breakfast with our people. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful evening. Pirama, mitake was.